We are live. We are live.
And open up our gifts to contribute, because we all have it. We're all geniuses. So who are we really? You know, we're human, we're God-man. So we're in the business of clearing our perceptions and clearing the inner toxicity so we can take better responsibility for ourselves. And that simply is ability to respond. And so my name is Maureen Edwardson. I'm the originator of Inner Resonance Technologies, which is a very simple and sometimes underwhelming protocol of questions. That's a formula that allows you to wake up to your greater self and the part of you that knows everything. Because did you know that we're all out of our minds? Dr. Bruce Lipton proves that, because the mind is in a field all around us. And so where do we get the experiences from? Bruce will tell us that there is no memory in the body. However, what I prefer to perceive it as is that we have receptor memory. The body's like a radio, receiving the signals and playing it out. So when we get triggered, guess what? That's an unresolved issue from our field that goes, and then we behave not always as coherently or as pleasantly as we know we could. Because and the truth is, we know we're spiritual beings having a physical experience, but knowing and really being that has a bit of a disconnect for most of us a lot of the time. But we're getting better. I'm getting better. I'd like to take more radical responsibility for my triggers. And I was triggered yesterday morning, so I just took myself off and just gave myself a timeout and did my inner work. And so we all have that ability to be aware. So my book is called Your Magical Evolutionary Code Unleashed. And I'm really, and the subtitle, The Science of Inner Resonance. And I'm really grateful to be endorsed by Dr. Bruce Lipton, because I guess what I developed is a practical application of his work. And I've also studied with unified field theory scientist, Nissim Haramain. In fact, what I'm wearing today, you could see it, is an art crystal, that was the first zero-point technology that came out of the Resonance Science Foundation, So, you know, we're charged up here, we're ready to go. And so the protocol is, so rather than take the time to explain it, I'm just going to give you the experience, and then you hook up your own self. And then I do ask for you to notice a few days, any kind of different responses that you might have, as opposed to reactivity, anything that happens to drop in as a new opportunity out of the blue. So that's why I'm wearing blue. You know, everything comes in out of the blue. And so then we can then engage with life differently and be more productive, be more contributory. Is that a word? Contribute. We can contribute more. And so, all ready. Are you guys ready?
Yes.
Yeah. Are you got your seatbelt fastened?
No.
Well, you know, we're going to be on your magic carpet ride, so I'm sure you'll be secure. So, are you breathing?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. That's the first step. That's the basics, isn't it? That's what gives us life. That's what brings our spirit into have an experience in this communication device that we call the body. So let's just settle into our breath. And being present with your breath, just remembering who you truly are as a spiritual being, breathing presence into your physical world of your body. And spirit, great spirit, is a place where there are no limits, where there's a field of infinite possibilities. And I know that Connie Baxter Marlowe and Andrew Bailey, Cameron Bailey, have what's called the trust frequency, and we often work together. And it's a conscious, loving universe that always not just has our back, but actually is conspiring in our favor, is thought. And so we're just believing that's true. We're open. IRT only asks you for openness to another possibility. You don't have to believe anything, because the tagline for Inner Resonance Technologies is beyond belief, creating new realities. And so just breathing in your spirit, that part of you that is part of the infinite nature of the loving conscious universe. And remembering who you are, magnificent beyond measure. And we've just forgotten many traumas, pains that shut us down, shut us off, so that we've just been in that diminished state of victimhood. So heads up, no more victim. We are empowering ourselves into the next level. So there's an opportunity in the same moment to say yes and thank you to all of your guides and angels. If you have those, you can be not knowing, agnostic, or atheist. This is science, who we are. So whatever your personal beliefs are, you get opportunity just to invite your spiritual team, and keeping it very simple. Why don't we say that together, because we have a beautiful audience here in person. So I'm going to count to 3, and then let's just say yes and thank you. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Yes and thank you. Beautiful, thank you. And so the next step is just breathing with awareness of your body. Remember, you have one. And just feeling where you're touching the world around you. Because your body is the most magnificent quantum supercomputer. Every neuron in every one of your trillion cellular, multiple trillion, 100 trillion cells of your body, every neuron has 100,000 potential connections. And each one of those 100,000 potential connections has 85 billion neurons into 85 billion wormholes into other dimensional realities. Like, wow, that's amazing. So let's switch it on. Let's wake it up. Because it's gone to sleep, it's forgotten. Okay, so I'm going to count to 3. And if those that feel like shouting it out, just saying, wake up, body. 1, 2, 3. Wake up, body. Wow, great cosmic choir here today. And so now we're at the command center, whether we believe it or not. So let's just play as though we were. So guess what? Rather than commanding the system as we put into a keyboard on a computer, we're going to have some bridging language say, I am choosing. So from your I am presence, I am choosing freedom, sovereignty from all of that old program, all the old conditioning, all the old trauma, all the old unresolved experiences that hang out in your field waiting for an opportunity to take you out and take everybody else out too. And so let's just now take a moment, because each of you know what you may be challenged with or what is wanting to be optimized. So just take a moment and just pick 1 or 2 or 3 things. While you're doing that, I'll have some water. And just to let you know, this is what I call a one-stop shopping, because everything's connected to everything else in the oneness. So if you've got a couple of things in mind that you'd like to have optimized or shifted or freed up, yeah? So know that even when we have a really long list, everything is already known. So it's all going to get included here today and shifted for what's ready for you. And your higher self decides that, not me. So let's go to the next step, which is, are you choosing to allow any and all unresolved issues, known and unknown, that no longer are relevant to you, that just get in your way, that has no further useful positive purpose, the opportunity to be shifted here at this moment in that quantum place where there is no time? Would that be okay with you guys? Yes, thank you. And so are you also choosing to allow all ways any unresolved issues might be poking at you or interfering with you that's no longer necessary? And that would be physically, if you have an issue. People have healed broken bones in 10 minutes doing this. So we are an alchemical quantum machine that we're breathing infinite energy into. And so here we go. So physically, emotionally, mentally, spiritually, financially, anyone like a little boost? Yeah, me too. And relationships, because everything's related to everything else in that entangled universe of the quantum field. And some things are more tangled than others. So we just want to be able to melt all the tangles into that greater field of connectivity and oneness, where we are able to show up with our individual, unique, diverse gifts for the solutionaries, for the missionaries that are being called forth at this time. So essential. And so we're also dealing with all levels of memory. And so for the purpose of time today, I'll just name them briefly. And it's your whole life, all the way back to when you popped into the world, all that time you swam around inside, picking up your mama's programs, her soup, her environment, all the way back to conception. And then all of the ancestral memory is also in the field, is all here now available. There is no time in that quantum aspect of spirit, which is the truth of who we are. And so now all the soul memory gets addressed, all of any unresolved karma that's no longer growing corn, that all gets dissolved, neutralized. And then we go to the collective field. And did you know that just by breathing, we're breathing in recycled atmosphere, that everyone and everything has breathed since the beginning of time. So the First Nations people where I come from really understand this clearly, all my relation. By breathing, we're breathing in holographic particles of memory from the beginning of time. And scientists tell us that. Just take a breath, that's a lot. And then we're also including that collective memory then all the way back to time. And these days we're also having more freedom, I would say. More people are becoming more aware of the galactic memory field. And there's a bit of doo-doo sitting in that background. So we want to just really cleanse out all the levels of memory. So we get into that greater cosmic field of wholeness, which is only love. And that is the greater truth of us, free and clear of the program. And so here we are, allowing love to hold us as we wake up to remember that greater truth and the greater gifts that we have to bring into this time of the great shift of the ages. And so now we go into that place where we're choosing to allow all of our multidimensional selves to be coherently realigned with our greatest next expression of our greatest selves, fully in service, abundantly on track, helping and contributing to the world in our own particular ways, big or small. And the smallest, you could say, is the greatest of all, because it's just being the love, that's enough. We don't have to have a big purpose. However, to be the love is the greatest purpose of all, because that, there's a harmonic, the principle of resonance definition in physics is that there is a range of harmonic frequencies that entrains up automatically. So, those turkeys don't, don't cause you to be anchored to the earth and not fly like the eagle that you are. It's your own stuff that holds you back. So when we are able to take that radical self-responsibility and shift any niggles or triggers or victimhood that comes along, wow, we just get to fly and be untouchable. What a concept. So, where are we? We're breathing in the infinite, make sure that is ours. And so are you choosing now to be the healthiest, most positive, most on alignment, balanced, harmonious being that is your greatest potential here today? Are you open to that? Yes? All right. And are you also choosing to allow all of this to unfold, because we're on this journey, in the safest and most appropriate way for you and all concerned at all times? That's a good one, isn't it? It's important. And are you opening up to greater ease and gentleness than we have been conditioned and programmed for the struggle that we know? Would that be okay? Easier and gentler? Right on. And are you also open to effortless grace, guiding the way for instant and permanent change of what's ready in any given moment? Good. And these are agreements you're making with your own higher self. So are you also choosing to allow whatever might not be ready today, to allow at a deeper level that greater trust that all is well and that the loving conscious universe is actually providing opportunities for us in every moment to be our better selves, to take everything that happens as perfectly perfect in an opportunity for our next level of potential? Would that be okay? And so now, the next question is, are you choosing to allow the part of you that's open to something different being possible in a different way than we've been conditioned or programmed for, to also be in charge? And are you choosing to allow the part of you that's really ready, and all of you here in this audience are ready to go to the next level without having to know how, but to really step up within your own self to say, yes, I am ready to be more of who I choose to be and who I truly am than ever before? Yes. Do I hear another yes? Yes. Excellent, thank you. And so now there's nothing to do but allow the part of you that knows how the heck to go do all this, because if it was at the conscious level choice, we would have done this a long time ago. Families everywhere here now. So there's nothing to do, and there's everything to allow, because as we say yes to bumping it up into the super conscious spiritual zone that has the whole picture, that knows what's ready, what's not ready, who you truly are, permission to go play in that great mystery. And guess what we get to do? The supercomputer, quantum supercomputer, is already pushed the enter button. You're off on your magic carpet or wherever you choose to be and going for the ride. Doesn't matter what we do at the conscious level. However, I invite you just to be somewhere peaceful or have a quick nap. It just doesn't happen at the conscious level. So it's an occupation of your conscious mind to distract you while the greater processor of the quantum supercomputer system takes care of business. And by the way, it's already done. So we'll just give you a moment to be still and know I am. And in this place of your I am presence, just notice if you're feeling relaxed. How are you feeling? Just notice. And as you're noticing, I would invite you to put your hand on your heart or on your finger and thumb together or tug on the roof of your mouth. We just want to find a place for the brain to program this new program of wholeness on a whole new level, and the frequency of greater freedom to be more of yourself than ever before. So as you notice how you're feeling, hopefully a little bit more relaxed, and you're noticing your breath, this time breathing with awareness of your heart, in and out. If you, it's easy to imagine 360 in all directions, breathing in and out of the portal of your heart, with awareness of that deeper feeling of relaxation. And adding thoughts of gratitude, appreciation, positive feelings that are always a good mix into that chemistry and a good frequency to anchor in. And as you've chosen your spot, that's getting associated, whether it's your heart, or your finger and thumb, or your tongue on the roof of your mouth, or both. You do 3 spots, got your tongue and you got 2 hands. If you were an octopus, you could get 8. So just choose 1 or 2 or 3, then you've got a choice. So yeah, just simultaneously streaming awareness of how you're feeling, your touch, your breath in and out of your heart, full of gratitude and appreciation. Dare I say love. And so it must be time to do the programming. So 5 deeper breaths. So as you're touching your spot, breathe in, and as you're exhaling, just let go of your spot. And next in breath, touch again. And breathing out, just let go. 3rd time, breathing and touching. Breathing out, letting go. 4th time. Last time, just breathing in the love and breathing out your light, purified of all the previous toxins that no are need to poke at you or take you out or make you sick at heart, mind sick, anything. Everything that happens to us comes from our consciousness and our feeling. So I invite you to practice this to really deepen the conditioned response. And good times that I recommend are before you sleep, even if it's a nap, and when you wake up, because dream time sorts things through, and your body does much more of its cellular rejuvenation when we're out of our conscious mind. So we get younger and younger doing this, and there's more to be revealed. So doing a talk tomorrow at the same time, well, at 1 till 2:30 Mountain Time. And so you can reinforce this if you'd like. And so also know that anybody contacts me on my website, maureenedwardson.com, gets a free session, a private session, because it's my joy. And right now, I've just been having more time and space because I did recover from a heart attack in a miraculous way. I'm a medical miracle. And yes, I had a heart attack May 26th in Spain. And 4 days, 3 days after that, they were looking for the second artery that apparently was also like 70% blocked. First one was 100%. And wow, self-care, what's that? Wake up. And so 3 days later, they couldn't find any blockages left over because I had so much love, so many healing prayers sent to me. I was with the whole movement, 150 people conscious, and then it leaked out to Unity Earth and different people and networks that I love and me, and so with my own work together with that, because we can be sending love and healing prayers to anybody, and yet if they're not receptive, they take in what they're ready for. And I'm so grateful to know and have it confirmed I'm fully receptive to love. So I thank you all, and blessings to everyone. And continue to do your touch breath on a daily basis. And during the daytime, when you're doing along, bopping along, and we get taken out, even if we don't remember in the moment, when we do remember, it backdates because it's timeless. So then you do your touch breath. It not only takes care of whatever is happening in that moment and underneath and everything connected and associated with whatever that it was, it also gives opportunity for everything in the background, known and unknown, to be addressed and poofed. So there we go. There's your magic wand. Thank you. And now we have Jerry Anderson to speak of his incredible project in Puerto Rico. So he's getting set up here. And I will put the wand, the magic wand down for you, Jerry. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you. And I'm not sure how we get the screen to come down.
This is on. It is on.
And also turn on the.
Yes. It's not. Oh.
Hey. Thank you. Well, it's a joy to be with you all this beautiful day in Colorado together and compounding all of our efforts and all the different networks that we are connected to and we go home. Okay, and so I'm going to give a talk, but don't worry about interrupting me because I've never been on the tracks. So if you have some question or whatever, feel free to give a hand and I'll be helpful to that.
So you're in the dark. I know you're going to block a
Oh.
little. You're going to block a little bit of the image, but if you come just a hair that way, we can actually see you. And look, you have no head. See, there's you. There's Jerry. So as much as possible, you want to kind of stay in this.
Oh, okay. Okay.
There we go. Awesome. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thanks very much. So today I want to share with you some amazing miracles of the last 7 years that has taken place in Puerto Rico. And so first,
Can you fix the buttons on your keypad or do I have to?
on here. It was working before.
Maybe something about it.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Okay. Come see your man. Just keep walking in circles.
So I want to share with you all some amazing miracles that's happened over the years. I didn't count how many actually are in our presentation today, but we have at least a half a dozen major miracles as I share with you today. A lot of what the home office, I call it, has graced us with. Myself, my name is Jerry Anderson, and my whole agreement with the home office is that I'm available. So over the years, I've been many crazy different hats, you would say. But today I'm going to share with you my abbot hat. Some people wonder why we are making this a monastery. And the main reason is because we want to enjoy the separation of church and state in the United States. So as we go a little bit deeper, I'll share more about that. So for the last 50 years, I have been working with my hands as a hand-on healer. Back in the 1980s, I was the one who originally coined the term probiotic and brought Lactobacillus acidophilus to the market. and another crazy probiotic product that we don't hear too much about, and that is colostrum. We brought the colostrum on in the 1980s too. So from 2000 till now, I have pioneered a machine that originally came from Greece. And now today we make it here in the United States. It's a powerful PEMF device that literally charges your body very similarly as you lay your phone on the little charger pad. It does the same thing to your body. Machine. And I do have it with me, so if somebody would like to try it, you may check with it. So today I'm basically going to be speaking about being the founder and the co-founder of the Nation of St. John. We'll be talking about that as my role as the abbot at the monastery. So this is one of the first ordinations that happened down in the monastery. This is our Father Adao from the Amazon. He is from Manaus, and he is carrier of a very sacred gift that he brought to our monastery, in that he's part of a living lineage, a chain of living people, all the way back to St. Thomas in India in 54 AD. So we have carried this lineage on now, and the monks who graduate from the monastery will also be anointed with the same anointing back from St. Thomas, as well as the Gospel of St. Thomas is one of our main courseworks. The next person I would like to point out is Benjamin Angoniera. He is the Lieutenant Grand Master of the Sacred Medical Order of the Knights of Hope. And he was the one who originally gave us 330 acres. Back in 2016, he said, I'm owner of 10% of 3,300 acres. But because the land has never been subdivided, we get to choose what we want of that 3,300 acres. Well, that was a nightmare, because 3,300 acres, if you don't know, is 6 square miles of rugged jungle. On top of that, just months before that, the nice Hurricane Maria came through and brought everything that could come down. Okay, so it was, and myself, I kind of think of myself kind of like the curator. You know, on the TED programs, they have one guy who's the curator. This is kind of like my role as kind of the curator. And this is the day that I actually received my ordination. You can see the rainbow happen, and there was no rain in the sky. So how it became 10,000 acres is an amazing story. So Benjamin gave us 10% of 3,300 acres, or 330 acres. And he says to me, we'll just go on to Google Earth and print it off and draw on the 330 acres. Well, you know, how do you guess 330 acres? Well, when I actually got back from the lawyers, they said, that's 400 acres. So before I could even say, just move one of the boundaries, they said, we got the other 70 acres for $94. That was the first major joke, like, holy cow. So when we went to the registrar's office to register all of this at the government offices in Puerto Rico, the nice lady there says, do you know that your land touches land that has never been owned? Now, folks, get a picture of this. This is an island, very limited space, that there was 10,000 acres that had never been owned. Is a miracle again. So she said, you guys qualify. Since you're a nonprofit, religious, nature-oriented function, you qualify to purchase and own this land. So we now have 10,000 acres. And another nice thing is we've been granted into perpetuity, no taxes. So this is like a 10,000 acres. This is an enormous amount of taxes, you can imagine. So this is a little bit of the history of that. So now we've created the nation of St. John in Puerto Rico. And basically what that means, we took the 10,000 acres that had never been owned. By the way, I haven't told you yet. This is the only tropical rainforest in the United States. And this exact place, this where you're looking at, is the historical lands of the Taino Arawa Indians. What does that mean? The original tribal stories, all of the stories took place on this river, the Tanama River. I'm going to tell you a few more things about this amazing river. It's one of the few rivers in the entire planet that flows north. The Nile flows north, and it's just a very few flow north. But even crazier than that is this river 3 times goes through a mountain. This is the shallowest one that goes through, but one of them is 1 kilometer underground. So, and just if you're familiar with Puerto Rico, well, I'll come to that in a minute. So in making it an ecclesiastical nation, we made it just very similar as the Vatican is in Italy. Only our territory is in the United States, so you don't need to have any passport or anything to go there. And it gives us a separation of church and state. And I made just a funny comment there. We've been talking about 10,000 acres. The Vatican has 120 acres. So to give you a little reference where we're at, here's Florida, here's Cancun, here's South America, here is Puerto Rico. And just to give you an idea, the island of Cuba is 1,300 miles long. Just to give you an idea. So when we come in closer to Puerto Rico, this is our property here. And here is the Arecibo telescope, which is our neighbor, and it's this little white dot right here. You see this white dot? That's this telescope. So that'll give you a reference where we're at. Some other interesting things is we have one of the top 10 bat populations in the world. And we have 8 species of bats. So the nice thing about that is there are no bugs. Even with the street lights, you know how most times with the street light, the bugs are all floating around. Not anywhere near our property. They've been eaten already. So that's one thing that's cool about.
Remember, if you go too close, you keep chopping.
Oh, okay. So the vision of the monastery is to take a very special kind of person. Maybe you have a reference of this special 5-word kind of person. Highly sensitive, empathic, mature souls. These are the ones right now, folks, that are committing suicide left and right on our planet. They're way too sensitive for this kind of lifestyle of dog eat dog as we've seen here. So we're making a sanctuary for these kind of people in Puerto Rico in the jungle, so we can produce the next generation of healers and saints. So the whole name of the monastery is a long name. It's the Mystic Monastery of St. John the Baptist of Indigenous and Monastic Healing. Healing being the focus of the whole entire monastery. And the reason that it's John the Baptist is because John the Baptist was kind of like a hybrid. We would think of him as like the wilderness dog, right? So he knew the herbs and the plants as well as the monastic. When I speak of monastic understanding of healing, we're talking about fasting and laying on of hands and prayer and all these kind of things. So the main thing is we are going to model the law of one. And if you're familiar with that, it has a whole book connected to the law of one. So that's our plan. So I want to take you on a little journey. If the sound is good.
Welcome to the Mystic Monastery of St. John the Baptist of Monastic and Indigenous Healing, sacred sanctuary holding an ancient spiritual energy dating back to 800 AD. Nestled in the heart of Puerto Rico's rainforest, our monastery is surrounded by the enchanting beauty of mountains, waterfalls, tropical rainforests, and beaches, making it a unique spiritual sanctuary on the island of enchantment. Our mission is to mentor, prepare, and equip future generations of light healers and saints. We aim to raise the vibrations of the human collective consciousness worldwide. We embrace all spiritual frameworks, encouraging individuals to follow their intuitive path with the foundational principles of self-awareness and the Golden Rule. At the Mystic Monastery, we blend monastic healing practices with indigenous healing traditions, focusing on empowering individuals to heal themselves. Our curriculum is anchored in self-awareness, community, and the understanding that we are all interconnected parts of a greater whole. Our lifelong curriculum for students, known as Healer Monks, is a transformative journey culminating in an understanding and application of the law of one. Graduates have the potential to attain the esteemed title of Master Healer, continuing to guide humanity towards spiritual ascension. This is an opportunity for profound personal growth and a significant impact on our world. As part of our outreach, we maintain an online social network for light workers, operate a suicide hotline with spiritually sensitive counseling, host musical events in our majestic caves, and offer on-campus workshops for spiritual guidance and training. Our work is rooted in a return to nature for healing and connection. We grow our food sustainably and encourage others to listen to nature's guidance. We empower individuals to reclaim authority over their health and well-being. We warmly invite you to contribute to the Mystic Monastery. Whether you're interested in becoming a healer monk, offering your time and talent, or simply providing encouragement, your partnership with us is invaluable. Together, we can make a ripple of consciousness forward in time, fostering a loving world of oneness.
So, you know, a monastery, they always are asking, I'm gonna check the head off. What do you believe? Well, this is the simplest question people can ask me because we don't believe nothing. You know, you go in some of these churches in the back cover, it has 20 things that they believe. We don't believe nothing. I ask the monks only to trust what they know. You know, when we see a color blue, we don't believe that's blue. Some people not believe it's blue. They know it's blue. And this is the same with our monastery. So we basically found two common denominators that could be a common denominator between every culture on the planet. And they're both 2 words long. So it's easy to remember 4 words. First, to know thyself. That's found in every tradition. And basically, I understand that if you really know yourself, you know your eternal self. And that's like a whole different picture of reality, right? And second, simple, the golden rule, treat people the way you want to be treated. So we made it very inclusive, so, you know, nobody can say, well, I can't believe in that or whatever. No, we made it very inclusive so everybody could be part of our monastery. Oh.
Hey, you believe in no thing there?
Okay, so I will just take apart our name just a little bit. Mystic, it means to be empty of dogmas, to be empty of beliefs, to be empty of any type of mental construct. And really, the fact is, every single religion we have on this planet started with a mystic. Okay, it got copied and made into form and so forth, but in the original, it was a mystic. And the monastery is meaning a cloistered sanctuary for the people to grow and become more in nature. And I explained St. John is the wilderness doctor. You know, we kind of don't remember that 1,000 years ago, there was like this major giant construction project that few of us think about. And that is, they built over 1,000 cathedrals that broke all architectural understanding in those days. And in those cathedrals, the walls, the columns are all carved. If you add up how many carvings there are of Mary, And you add up how many carvings there is of Jesus. And if you add up the number of carvings there are of the green man, that's John the Baptist's code name, the green man. There are more carvings of the green man in the cathedrals of Europe than Jesus and Mary combined. So he was a very important person. And then, maybe you can see, that monotheistic means the people who believe in one God, monotheo, right? And then the indigenous people, which is your native people, they believe that all representations are of God. So they believe that many is the same as God. So we're bringing that healing together. And I like to always point out, it's nice to have Aquila here today, that the difference between monotheistic and indigenous wisdom, the main difference is that indigenous people were never removed from the garden. But that's again. Our traditions, monotheistic, we were kicked out of the garden, right? So this is a big difference between the two cultures. And like I just explained, the main difference is they were not removed from the garden. So we have huge caves. I mean, we have this cave that this is the mouth of right here is so big, guys, it could have an entire stadium inside it, okay? And you can see over here, these are the steps. So it gives you a reference of how big this mouth of the cave is right here too. This cave has a hole in the backside right here that goes down to the present level of the river. So this cave is above the river as it is now. And we have all kinds of indigenous and natural plants growing on the property. We have coffee, bananas, mango trees, cassava, sweet potatoes, all growing naturally on the property. Abundantly. Now, I would like to talk about the river that we've been talking about, the Tanama River. It is such a holy river that the source of it is actually a museum and ceremony ground. A beautiful museum that has a curator, the whole thing. And you can't see these rocks now, but I'm going to show you up close what the rocks look like. You ready? They all look like they've come from another place. And this culture goes back to 800 AD. So, you know, we've been tracking with this culture. So again, the sacred river passes three mountains, through three mountains. Very symbolic of the 3 days and 3 nights, right? So this is one of our original ceremonies that we did in Puerto Rico. Our closest town to us is called Lares, L-A-R-E-S. And so our country has an embassy in Lares. And it's kind of interesting, you know, every town has its own little tag names. Well, Lares' original tagline was the city of rebels, which I thought was pretty appropriate. But today, the new tagline is the city of beautiful daughters. And the reason, they got reason for it. 2 Miss Universes have now come from that little tiny town. So that's the city of, so this is the square in the middle of the town. Our embassy is just off to the left over here, right on the square. And we brought together many indigenous people all around Puerto Rico. And then we brought quite a bit of people from the members of our medical board. This is the first group that got ordained or anointed by Father Adao. And we were anointed with the energy coming all the way from St. Thomas. I'll maybe just go around a little bit. This is Sandy, he lives in Puerto Rico. This is Douglas, he's been my student for maybe over 30 years and he's a doctor. This is Alejandro, he lives in Puerto Rico. This is our best monk from Colombia, this is Andreas. And this is my close spiritual buddy where I live here in Pennsylvania, Barry and his wife, Chris. I'll tell you a crazy thing. Of course, we didn't wear these clothes into the jungle. We changed clothes in the jungle, okay? So after we were done, I went around just to the, what would be the right of here, and I started to change my clothes back. I look closer than the wall is to me, right at eye level was a black boa constrictor just watching our whole entire ceremony. So you saw the other boa constrictor in the video too. They're around us quite a bit there. So our purpose is to weave a synthesis of all the understandings around the world into oneness and this big miracle that we're all aiming ourselves towards. So at the monastery, we have quite a few possibilities of uses for our property. We're happy to work with just about anybody in any way that you want to utilize the property. We're thinking that it is quite a bit of consciousness training, wilderness survival, permaculture demonstration, lots and lots of purposes of our property. So, and we have a website, mysticmonasterysjb.com. If you want to remember, SJB stands for St. John the Baptist. Okay, and if you go over there, we have a very nice 18-page booklet. And we have it there in 5 languages. So whatever language you choose, we probably have it there. And you can download it. Also, the video that you just saw was low quality compared to on the website, it's 4K. So it's great detail there. So we have lots of opportunities for volunteers at this time. I kind of divided them into people can do from home and people who are more professional. From home, we're looking for people who work with social media. We realize this is going to be a really big thing in working with the new monks and bringing in the young people. And also in our web management, website management. And also we're open to forming a mastermind for those who are wanting to help guide the actual monastery's development. And then we need architects, lawyers, publicity, graphic designers, financial people, accountants, all these type of people that could help us volunteer and developing the next step. And also we have some financial opportunities where you can help sponsor a person to be a monk at the monastery, as well as be one of our founding people, helping to found the monastery there in Puerto Rico. So there is my phone number. I put it out for everybody. Not everybody does that kind of thing, but my phone number is right there, 808-937-1387. Also my email to my Abbott mailbox. So we're excited to work with each of you in whatever kind of ways that you feel called or drawn to do. We're very open to whatever the Lord has a plan in its development. Thank you very much for your attention.
Well, thank you, everyone. I hope you enjoyed that presentation. I know I did, and I learned a great deal, and I cannot wait to be a part of that in some way, shape, or form. So next up, we want to welcome everyone to our next broadcast presentation as we continue to broadcast from Crestone, Colorado. This is the 4th day of our EarthStock Summit. So I'm really excited to see so many familiar faces. And right now, I'd like to introduce to you our next two presenters. S.D. Youngwoo. S.D. Youngwoo is an award-winning artist, writer, mask maker, and he's traveled the world spending time with many tribal peoples to foster understanding and preservation of Native traditions and values. He's also the author of the prize-winning storybook, The Echo People, and an advocate of the propagation of Indigenous values for the good of the world and generations to follow. Also coming up to the stage is Marcello Saiduni Sanasad. He's a traditional medicine man and healer of the Andean culture. He also has a PhD on semiotics, hope I said that right, and epistemology, and he's also a member of various elders' councils. Please welcome them to today's EarthStock stage.
Question, someone park at Blazing Mountain and left your car right in the driveway?
It's license plate Y7954. So like that. It's license plate Y7954. It's a white Avalon. No? Okay, I'll run around a bit then.
Okay, so I just want to say we're very fortunate to have some personal time with our next two presenters, and they will also be back later tonight for the Western People's Council.
Yo. So I'm S.D. Youngwoo, the Talaki and the Daki tribe, otherwise known as the Texas Cherokee. And I'm going to speak on a subject which is very dear to me, which is walking in the footsteps of old ones. And to start, I'd like to give thanks that we're here today in this place. And this area here is a very sacred place to many tribes, many people. So there's a legend that someone called it Bloodless Valley, because this is such a sacred place for people who come here. They could meet together to put down their arms. So what the talk I'm going to give is basically that is colonized mind. Because if you look at this area, there's many places, different names. And some of the old names remain. Mostly they're names that were brought by colonizers. You can see the colonization in that, because the native people tended to name places after the nature or the history of the place itself. But colonizers brought their own names, and they wanted to name everything after themselves. And that's a big division right there, different ways of seeing something. But I'm going to go ahead and sing a song. This is a Cherokee blessing song before I continue my talk.
Okay, Catherine, your original time was,
So we talk about colonized mind, we talk about a certain way of looking at things. There, I see there's a very much difference between the way indigenous people generally look at the world, look at the land, look at the planet, and the people that are called colonizers. And it's a difference between seeing wholeness and unity, balance, or seeing exploitation, appropriation, that way of thinking. So in the history of this place, there's the land surrounding us appears very serene, but in this land, Colorado, well, actually the whole Four Corners area has had a very violent history. Because when the colonizers came in, they took the land, but they were very brutal sometimes. There were sites not too far from here where there were massacres. And when the Spanish came in, they were the first Europeans in the, I guess the 1600s. They took over the Pueblos. There were very unfortunate incidents that occurred, like in New Mexico at Acoma Pueblo. Oñate was very brutal. He cut off the right foot of every man and made slaves of the women and the children. And after this kind of treatment, after some time, the Pueblos actually revolted against that. They united. Pueblos spread over a great area of land, came together and said, we're not going to tolerate this. So they had a revolt. They actually kicked the Spanish out, which is an unusual thing that they were able to do that. It's such a formidable might. And so that lasted for some time that the Spanish came in and recaptured the area. After I don't know what it was, maybe 80 years. And after the Spanish came the European white settlers. And again, there was much brutality. You know, the most famous of that is Sand Creek, when soldiers attacked a peaceful village of Cheyenne Arapaho and massacred men, women, and children. So that time, you might say, is past, but unfortunately, that way of thinking has not passed. And if you look around the world, colonization is still there, it's still going on. You know, I've mentioned the word colonization to someone, they said, well, that's something that happened a long time ago. Well, unfortunately, that's not the case. It's still going on today. So myself, when I've always been drawn to the way of thinking that sees the interconnected things, how it all comes together. So the way I see it, colonization is based on division, exploitation, and just the way, for instance, that the colonizers will see land, they'll see water, they'll see air, see energy. All these things be different because they are commodified. They could be sold, they could make money on it, but the way indigenous people don't speak so much of land as of territories, where a territory is not just land, it's also the air, it's also the water, it's also the fauna and flora of the place. So a couple of little stories to show what I'm talking about and the difference between the colonized mind and the mind that is more unity. I don't know what you could call that mind, which is not colonized, because we are so used to colonized way of thinking, even unconsciously. But for instance, there was a elder I knew at one time, his name was Grandfather David Mononga of the Hopi, who I was fortunate to spend some time around. And he delivered Hopi prophecy. That was his thing in life, is to go around and talk about that, deliver it. And the Hopi prophecy is a huge subject in itself, but basically talks about a time pictured in a petroglyph of figures with their heads severed from their bodies. That kind of way was coming, separation of mind and heart, because there's a concept in native ways of thinking with the heart, which is very foreign to usual, everyday, regular people. That's not the same thing at all. How can you think with your heart? But there's a Hopi man who was taken from his family as a child and put in a residential school. He said what he learned there was he learned to pray Jesus, to sleep in a bed with 4 legs, and to think with his head, not his heart. So to return to that consciousness where we can think with our heart, it's one of the aspects of decolonization, the way I see it. So Grandfather David was invited to Lama Foundation in New Mexico. Lama Foundation is a place where there's many kinds of shops, seminars, retreats, and many of them of a spiritual nature, representing all different traditions, but also workshops and practical things like farming, building. And so at the time that Grandfather David came there, there was a seminar in solar energy technology. And after several days there, he hadn't said a word about it. But one day, as he walked through a group that was working on a project, someone asked him, Grandfather David, what do you think of solar energy? And Grandfather David looked around and said, no good. People were shocked. What do you mean, no good? He says, ask permission. Because in the native way of thinking, there's always an exchange in nature. You don't just take it, return something. It's a very foreign way of thinking to ask permission of colonized people. But that is the native way, that you don't do anything unless you pray about it first, or make an exchange. And another example of that is something that just happened days ago in my tribe. There's a little girl, she's 4 years old, maybe 5 years old. She's out with her mother. The little girl was playing with stones. She wanted some leaves. So she went over to the bush and she grabbed some leaves, brought back, and her mother saw it. She said, did you ask? She said, no. She says, when you take something, ask for it. She picked up the leaves and went back. Put them down. So I'm sorry, I apologize. Could I have some of those pretty leaves there? And some people might say it's a coincidence, but when she said that, breeze came along and blew that branch low enough for her to get off the attic. And so there's something about nature being conscious. That nature has the consciousness. And there's a big difference between living, you know, world, life, consciousness and life of the earth, all the life that goes on the earth, that lives on the earth, or something, seeing something as just a dead object that you can take. And different native cultures have this teaching, which is very much lacking, as I see it in Western culture. In South America, they have what's called Aini, return. Everything that you take should be a return. Now, some people misinterpret what Aini means, because Aini doesn't mean, well, I gave you that, you owe me that. No, it comes from here, from you, not that you can judge what other people should do. So there's a culture that I have had contact with in Colombia, the Kogi people. And nowadays they are delivering this kind of message. They're saying that we don't start living in a more balanced way, in a more sensitive way, things are going to keep getting worse and worse out of balance. So we're talking about a way of life. When I was a young man, I had the opportunity to spend some time with a group based on the Haudenosaunee teaching, Law of the Great Peace. And this group is called the White Roots of Peace. And their spokesman, their teacher, was a man named Lurioquats. My girlfriend was from the Bronx. She called him Rory Huckowitz. But his name was Rory Huckowitz. So I asked him once, what about technology? Is it good or is it bad? His answer, always remembered, it's neither good nor bad. So what the question is, what can we afford? Not in terms of money that we have in the bank, but what can we afford and what we give up in the world that will affect our well-being, all life on this planet. And later on, I had the opportunity to go to a place called Wounded Knee. And that was the occupation, Wounded Knee, by the American Indian AIM. And I was on the way there with some friends. The intention was to occupy Wounded Knee to make a protest. And that first night we stayed on the Onondaga reservation, the Onondaga family. That morning, I sat and I prayed about it, and I felt there was going to be violence. And I didn't really want to be in violent action because I had been exposed to the nonviolence movement, the protests, Vietnam, which to me, the White Roots of Peace and Law of the Great Peace, that's why it's called peace. It was when the peacemaker came and delivered this teaching to the Haudenosaunee. It was a way to live in peace. So I went back home, and I kind of had a little regret that I didn't complete that journey. But years later, there was another opportunity arose, and that was the Standing Rock encampment. And I went with a group of people, and we, on the way, went to Wounded Knee. And I felt like I completed the journey I had started years before, because we sang and praised at the mass grave of the victims of the massacre of Wounded Knee. And we continued on to Standing Rock, where people were told, do not get violent, because if we do, it was. So I felt like I was able to complete that journey in a good way. But how do we become superior?
That was your phone. I threw it away to the
Pick up the phone. I was timing my talk. Somebody else needs to time.
Use your phone right now?
Well, I was timing my talk. I had it on timer.
But you timed 30 seconds instead of 30. That's why.
Oh, did I? Okay. Okay, so I'm going to tell a short little story and then close. This story is my own story, but it's based on native Cherokee tradition. Once there was a boy and girl. In the Indian way, they would have been called brother and sister, but they're actually in the white way, they would be called cousins. So they shared a grandfather who was a well-respected chief. One day, they received a message from their grandfather that they should come and see him next morning. So they got up and dressed in their nicest clothes, knowing that if their grandfather summoning them, there was something special in store. So when they arrived at their grandfather's lodge, he was sitting out in front by a fire and singing and drumming. They sat down across from the fire, listening respectfully. He finished his drumming and he picked up the sacred pipe, said a prayer. Then he put cedar on the coals, offered it to the four directions, blessed the children and himself. And then he said, my children, today I've asked you to come because this is a special day for you. You're going to meet some special teachers. Very important. They're called the Echo people.
Say it again.
So he led them to a bluff overlooking the river gorge. There was rock face, cliffs, topped with pine trees on the other side. He said, this is a special place. He said, here live the Echo people. And you get to know them. And so he took the boys that come with me, took them a ways and ways, but at a place still overlooking the gorge. He said, I'm going to leave you here. You should introduce yourself.
About 20 minutes now.
To the Echo people. Get to know them.
Got
He went back and he told the same thing to his granddaughter. And he went back and he waited. It was hardly any time when the boy came running back and he was all upset. And he said, Grandpa, those Echo people are terrible people. Your grandfather said, why are you saying that? What happened? He said, wait a minute, don't tell me. I think I can guess. Let's go see Whiteflower Girl, see what her experience is. So they went and found Whiteflower. And she was sitting very serenely. So then he asked the children to tell their experiences.
But if you're
And the boy said, well, I went there and I said, hello. And the voice came back and said, hello. I said, where are you? And the voice came back, where are you? He said, is all you can say is what I say? And the voice came back, is all I say, all I say, all I say? And he said, oh, I don't believe you're even here. I feel like a fool. Voice came back. Fool, fool, fool. And then he was very upset. And he started, that's when he ran back. And so then the grandfather asked the girl, what do you think? Did you meet the echo people? She said, yes, grandfather, they're beautiful people. They're very kind. And she said, I will show you. She said, echo people, hello. Voice came down. Hello. My grandpa says, you are very nice. The voice came back, you were very nice. She was standing there. She said, and I think you're very kind. The voice came back, you were very kind. And standing there among the wildflowers, the birds singing in the trees, and the scent of the wildflowers wafting on the wind, she felt so wonderfully happy. She said, echo people, I love you. And the voice came back, I love you, I love you. Oh. And my grandfather said, yes, you have truly met these echo people, and they're just as you say they are. So my children, learn from this experience, because whatever you put out into the world, that's going to come back to you. So whenever wherever you go in life, actually the echo people surround you. Whatever you put out, that will come back to you. And my children always treat the earth, all the life here, all the people in a good way, in the best way that you can, the kindness, because that's then the way life will be. Took their hands and they went back to their village. So I was just going to close the song. Yeah, hey, yeah, hey, yeah, hey, yeah, hey, yeah, hey, yeah, hey, hey, yeah. Rippling in the sky, tender in the ground. Fire of the infinite, love is all around. Within the universe, always teaching me nature, spirit singing in my heart. Singing, calling me to you. For me, it's very difficult to fit my words to that extraordinary talk, elder. But I think that in the speak of him, much of the things that I was wanting to tell you have been inside of them. So I would be going all in the same direction of my brother, elder. So I must present myself, Nayaha Taruka Narama, from the Aymara people. My name is Blue Deer from the Aymara people south of Ariayam, this continent. So I live in the highlands of Himalaya, near the sacred lake of Titicaca, near the sacred town of the elders, Tijuana. And I visit from there, very far away, to come here, spiritual journey, to visit all of you and this place
holy land, praise stone. And I salute you to these ancestors of this land to give me permission to speak. So I ask to this place, the father and mother of this place, owner and eagle of this place, to Mamani of this place. The beginners of this land, the people who was living thousands of years in this land, people who have walked before us, our ancestors. And that's why we salute to our past. Because for us, the past is in front of us. The future, we don't see the future, it's under. So why we, in all cultures, we say to the friend of our past ancestors. All cultures do that. We can do the future. The future is under our. You can see the past. A long, the past go very, very far away. You forget things. But you are the projection of that past. And the future is the projection of the past also. When you understand the past, you can look the future up. So if you forget your past, you never will know what the future can come. And that's the problem of this modernity. Modernity have made us forgive what is the past, what is the real past. And I think that is what I come here. To make you understand the important thing of our past. And you see me as a very weird person, many things in his body, dresses by many symbols in his body. But this is not just symbols. They are part of my identity of who I am and from where I am. Each nation have this symbology coming with them. That way we walk with our things to represent who we are and who we believe. We believe in duality, always duality, male and female. They look very similar, but they're different, not opposite. They're complementary. We don't believe in opposite. Sun and the moon, they're not fighting together. One has energy in the day, and the other has energy in the night. If all the day will be in sun, we will die because all will be burned. Or all the day will be night, we will die by freezing. The combination between the time of the moon, the light and the darkness, make the balance of life. So we don't believe in that positive or negative conception of duality because it doesn't exist in nature. The balance between male and female makes the things go right. No? So this means the complementary of male female between one part of the land and the other part. The highlands and the lowlands make all the ecosystem. It's one ecosystem that have high, the mountains are male and the lakes are female. That's easy, so easy to understand that. Now the ecological engineers know that and teach us that the complementary of different lands. And it's not just mountains, it's not just lowlands, it's a combination between both to make the ecological economy of life. So this is what it means, the duality, okay? I'm gonna put something here, but also we have two bags here, okay? But there's no one bag, there's two bags. One is crossed this way, the other is crossed this way. We don't use one bag, we use two bags. One is for one things, the other one is other things. What we have here, many people can ask, "Ooh, what things do you have in your pockets?" It's not a rabbit here, but we have tobacco here, because tobacco is very important. It's for speak to the ancestors. Yeah. We have coca leaves here, because we yummy the coca, because that makes us speak to the ancestors in the underground. It's different, huh? What else I have here? I have my corn here, the deer corn. It helps a lot to protect myself. It's not a knife. It protects me from all kinds of bad energies. I protect it. So I'm a blue deer. I have a corn. A deer could be me and a corn. No? Corn is corn. Yeah. Horns.
Antlers.
Oh, difficult to say that word. Sorry. Horns. Yeah. I don't know. I'm sorry about that. I have the lighter here. Make the light here. No? Every person who needs fire to bring fire. Good. There's other things here. I have the complementation of the coca is powder, because the coca is female and the powder is male. As my brother had here one of the cookies. Can I show it here? Please, Adam. That's a cookie culture. The male is the stick and the female is the powder. And that black and the white powder is the semen, but it's a conception of duality, okay? And that powder is made by the seashells. The cookies go down from the big mountains of Sierra Nevada, beautiful place, one of the beautiful places in the world, down the hill 5 days walking to the beach, to the lake, to the grandmother, we call Mamagocha, Mother Lake, sea. And they took the shells and burned it with fire and got the ashes and bring back to his home 5 days again or 6 days to and do that all the day. They are doing that. Coming the coca, the mambe, which are and they are playing. They're playing love of life. They're praying, not like the monks, Buddhist monks do it, other religions, but the poppies are doing the same and writing with that. They write. And then asking to a Bogi and Mama and say, "What you're doing?" "I'm writing the story of my people." That's it. You think what the amazing thing is saying, because we all have something, more things in our packet. Well, I have a big packet. I'm not going to show you all the things there, but I'm going to show you something. You can see this guy has all the things of it. This is what we use for make this things here. When somebody is sick, we put this out like this, and we pray for the person and ask him to return to his body. Because somebody, when he fall down, gets scared, and one part of his spirit go out, and the spirit go all around. People feel less, yeah? And that is unbalance. And the traditional medicine being then health and not health is unbalanced and balanced. Other the science says too. So we just easy, you come here, I ask your name, I ask you to come, return to your spirit, to your body. Wherever you are, come back. In my language is very strong. Kutalka. justamente that your energy return. Your cha is energy, ama is energy. Justamente, you not just calm or ben in Spanish, ben. Calm is different. Our language is different because it justamente. You return, your energy return. And you put this in here, and the persons feel it better. That's what the mammals put the persons to be dance both sides. Okay, this is just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Show you. Look at this one. I have here my flute here symbol. Yes, made by the rituals people in Mexico. They give me this because an elders look at me. Ah, you are there. You're the blue deer. Huh? That's me. I give me this. And now it's here because I must to show my passport. This is my passport. So these two things also are the thunders. Here the thunder. This is for my culture. This is from Equatorial culture. Same. Maybe you say this is Navajo, very similar Navajo. Whatever, we are very similar in many ways. Oh, the other part. I said the hat here. Wow, there's a red hat, a yellow hat. Maybe he's a llama. The llama uses the red and the yellow hat because it's the beginning of the day, the light of the yellow and red. They're the bringers of the light in the beginning. You see, Kanawidi, Hana's light, Kanawidi, the bringers of morning. And the Kanawidis was the first Incas. Okay? They bring up from Pacaritango in the window of the beginning of the light. That's Pacaritango. Place where all Incas come. And this was the heart of the Incas. Yep. Four directions. As all we pray for directions. Eh? It can be 3 directions or 2, 1, no. 4 directions mean the 4 corners of the universe, the 4 corners of this earth, the 4 corners of you, any 4 directions. So our land, I am from Tiwanaku, is the capital of Tawantinsuyu, means the 4 cornered lands. Okay? And you have the 4 corners here, you have the 4 corners there, and I visit Taos. They are the Tiwan people. And I live in Tiwanaku. So we are very close, Tiwan and Tiwan. This is Tiwan. Tiwan means the center of center. This is Tiwan. And more south is Pururu. In Aymara means the same center. And in the north is Costco. In Quechua means the same. So Tiwanaku is the center of the center of the center. Yeah, very, very incredible. And Tiwanaku, you go down to the south, you have the Salt Lake in Uyuni. The biggest salt lake in the world is there. You can see the sky. People who was in the moon, the astronauts, look, something was bringing like light in the earth. And said, where is that place? And he come to Bolivia. It's like a pulsar of the planet Earth. If somebody comes, okay, that's planet Earth, we're going there. So Tiwanaku have the satellite in south, and the 4 corners are the satellite in the north. In the same line. You can do it in Google Earth. Put here, satellite, Tiwanaku, Costco, Cajamarca, Puerto Viejo, You go to the north, you go to Veracruz, Monterrey, Four Corners, in one way. One way. That's called the Capac. The old roads, the Viracocha roads. How do our ancestors know that? That is technology. But we can pick out UFO technology, extraterrestrial technology. Could be, I don't want to make that problem in my mind. It is our technology, our ancestral technology, to know these alignments of the sacred place in the earth, this planetary grid. All planet is a being, a shaman, Gaia, yeah. So he has his own way of feeling. When we get in touch with that spirit of our mother, like the Virgin, beautiful Virgin in Guadalupe, oh, how we feel that is in contact with that spirit of mother. And a mother have a part to Pachacam. The right spirit who made all the universe be in balance. But we have father and mother. That's the duality, but they're not in, they're not. Pacha means two. Two, pacha. Much. You get drunk. You're much on that. You have drunk a lot. But pacha, equilibrium. So we can be, as our ancestors teach us, in equilibrium, knowing this ancestral knowledge. So this is not just a hand. This is technology of knowing this. This is not just a flag. It's the national flag of Bolivia, of the indigenous people of Bolivia, called the wheat flag, because it was explained. And it have many colors, and the seven rays, seven boundaries of the lighting of the rainbow. So we are the rainbow people. What this means? It means that we all different kind of forms. We are one family. We are equal. This is the same type, no more big number. They are part of our composition, a social composition, a community of light, community of life in the philosophy of life. Each person has different beliefs, and all are right, and nobody is wrong, because they believe in this unification of the plurality. Okay? That's why we believe in this. This is our national flag of the indigenous people, but not from the Bolivians, from Peru, United States, Canada, all around the world. This is the international flag of plurality. And when I finish, you see, what we do with the ancestral knowledge in this present. We do high tech. This is high tech. You know, I understand the proportion of the white and the light energy and the moon energy. This is the white calendar, solar calendar. This is the moon calendar. 13 months, this is 12 months. But the combination of both make another proportion. It's a combination between male and female proportion. And the balance of both make the hypercube. You know, the cube inside the cube is an hypercube or metratone, whatever name you have it. When you put this in a place, it balances all the energy of our lives. It's like feng shui, huh? But you don't allow feng shui, you just do this, and all your space and time balance. How do I get here? I make the proportion. We built it 5,000 years ago in Tijuana. All that knowledge, I put it in a computer. When my son is studying robotics now, high tech, and say, okay, make me this. I put the equation, and he had 3D printing, and he did this. So you know what's high tech is ancestral tech coming to this. And what we do with this, we bring balance, equilibrium, health to all the people who need. Okay? Thank you very much, Anyada, for the night. With love to all of you.
That was incredible as always, and we have a special presentation for you today. Okay, so everyone that you saw here today, I was just told, breaking news, everyone, or most everyone that you have heard today will be also speaking again at the Wisdom Council, which is going to take place roughly around 7:30 this evening. So we hope you'll all join us there and you can ask more questions and engage with everyone. But now I'd like to introduce to you Euquala, a member of the Havasupai tribe of the Grand Canyon.
There is great joy when we're able to gather like this. And there is great joy when you're able to claim that there is a calling for every single one. When we speak of a divine creator source, it is one that is unseen, but yet is one that is within all of us. We, as the children of this divine creator source, must look beyond of whom and where we are within the Mother Earth, on the Mother Earth. We have to call upon that essence of spirit. I have been a practitioner of the ceremonial way of my people from my birthing. From this, we are trained to be able to speak not just of the regions, or of the colors, or of the genders. We speak of all that is of life. That life that is beneath us, the Mother Earth. There has always been a teaching in all earth-based tribes that from whence we came, we must respect, we must honor, we must love unconditionally. The reality of where we're at within this earth walk now is that we have come into conflict with things that are not in that way that is connected to the heart. This is not a time for me to dwell on those divisions. It is a time for me to be called on by divine source to say, you are my brother. You are my sister. You and I are one. We are meant to be in harmony. We're meant to walk this earth walk as that example. It is not for me to tell you of what I am doing. It is not of me to tell you what is the answers for the situations of the world today. It is to remind us that what is beneath us is still yet within its purest presence. The greatest teacher within the earth walks of all people is that we are meant to be just like all that is surrounding. Those are the true teachers. Without word, they stand tall, strong, and proud. Each one within their areas of watch, the plant people, the tree people, the rock people, four-legged, wingeds, and it goes on and on. If it is that we want the answers to bring in that true essence of love, healing, and the survival of all that is, we must begin to go back into those old ways. It is told through the traditions, come back to me. And that's a simple calling to say, come out and stand on me, out on that Mother Earth. Yes, you will be heard. I see you, I hear you, I touch you, I love you. And in these times, it is for you to claim, renew your vows with this that is the divine creator source. Know that you are skilled and given that gifting to be that watcher within your region. So from what I know of my area of watch, which is the Grand Canyon, this master altar that is known throughout the world, where all that are meant to come and speak with the divine source come to this place. My people are a small tribe. We number just shy of 600 people. Yet birthed into the bottom of the Grand Canyon, we are known through all the surrounding tribes throughout the Grand Canyon as the guardians of the Grand Canyon. We are known as Havasupai, which in my language is pronounced Havsu, Baj, which simply means the people of the blue-green waters. This I say simply because we have now stepped with the unfolding of what the Mother Earth has brought for us. At this moment, each one of you is skilled, has a training, has that ability to be in watch, in care of teaching to all those that are our brothers and sisters. It is not for us to tell the Mother Earth, it's for the Mother Earth to tell us what we need to do. We must step away from what is this, return back to what is this. In our many postures throughout the cultures, throughout this Mother Earth, they simply move into posture to allow for a respect, honoring to this that is all of creation. It is also important for us to remember when you bow, that head must be lower than your heart. For what the true teaching here is, the mind is of service to the heart. And that is the one that is known by all peoples with many names. Jesus, Jehovah, Buddha, Vajpa, Purna, on and on. We're asked to walk this Mother Earth and be in the ready. And we're not meant to tell people. We are meant to be that example without words. We are to create an emotion, a reaction of those that are the witnesses. We're on this Mother Earth, we're all known as seekers. None of us knows more than the other. Allow yourself to be this beautiful embodiment of divine source. This divine source will lead you into ways that you need to be. It will give you the words from which you will speak. And we must always remember, words are secondary. It is the actions of you within this Mother Earth and how you conduct yourself on this Mother Earth that will truly be that grand teaching to allow for the survival of all that is creation. It is also said, whenever a moment arises Speak, but speak not from yourself. Allow your heart to be clean. When that heart is clean, then divine source is willing to speak through you. As such, you step aside into third person and allow for what we are all meant to hear. This divine source throughout of the elementals has been speaking so beautifully within these times that we have gathered. We're brought into sacred lands to give that honor and respect to the ancestors. As such, those answers that we're looking for will come into clarity, into illumination, because first we honor this, the Mother Earth. You have purpose, and it's your purpose to allow for that heart to take lead and know from whence you came. And with this, it would allow for that vision to come into manifesting. That manifesting will not come if this heart is not in the right place. And that goes beyond all the waters, all the colors, all that is. Connect here. With that, then we will again see the beauty of all that was meant for creation. That love, that peace, unconditional. The walk, to be able to understand the speak of all that are the elementals. Bakyovel, Wanyam Pamuka, Amosoka, Wanyam Tau, Wautika, Inyam, Satur, Uweb Batam, Nivamatanya Chitich, Yak, the Tilabel, Ubamosum, Hanaki Chakta, in Yukubal. With much love that is sent from this divine creator source. On this day, renew your vows and begin to embrace this new time to change for everyone. Many, many, many blessings.
Thank you so much. Before I introduce our next speaker, I would like to call to the microphone, Michael DiMartino.
So real briefly, there's a lot of ground to cover this evening. We have Chris White from the Poncha Pass. We have our local elder here, John Milton. We have our Wisdom Keeper Council. We have Catherine Schmack from Germany doing an amazing project in Costa Rica. And we have our elder Egbert Eugenio, who's here representing the Garifuna Nation, the Afro-Caribbean nation of Belize. And so many people, Chief Black Spotted Horse, doing amazing work. We also have our brother, Wisdom Keeper, SD Young Wolf, and many others that are coming to join us. Ruben Sofke from Hopi Land will be arriving soon. We also have the elders coming from Taos Pueblo with the drummers and the singers. So every day now we're adding more and more to this call of unity. So I'm not going to try to say anything about that because this whole event is about giving a platform for the voice of these wisdom keepers, these traditional and lineage holders to help bring that traditional wisdom forward at this time and to have their voices heard and respected. And with many of you, whatever you do, whether it's art, music, culture, we have green technology, we have media, we have some of the most cutting edge health and wellness technologies here. People talking about sovereignty, about the concept of alternative governance or the circles. We have so many people here that are what I would call solutionaries. So over the next few days, as we pivot from here, this has kind of been our little nest incubation ground. We're going to move over to Blazing Mountain, and so honored to be at that sacred place. But I just want to acknowledge that with the EarthStock Summit, it's not about we're trying to appeal to the world and get everyone here. We send out very specific invitations of respect and honor to the people that we felt and many who couldn't make it and are broadcasting remotely. Over 150 presenters over 7 days, 12 hours and 2 channels a day of content. So I feel very optimistic that what I witnessed in my little slice of bandwidth, time that I've been able to be present, and the 8 or 10 months of putting this together with Shannon MacArthur, and every morning with sparkling conversations and Humanity Rising, with Luciana Calibri in Colombia in communication, bringing a special message from the Kogi people, from Cara Stonehouse in Europe, that we're doing it. We're doing it. And part of the beauty of this place is to have a location where we can drop in a little bit deeper from all the worldliness and all the distractions. And I'm going to let John Milton speak about Crestone and his work. He's really one of the early teachers and elders and who can speak better. But I just want to acknowledge this moment, and it's been a great honor to be able to show up with our fellow Crestonians and to have all this wisdom shared. Marcello Zaiduni here from Bolivia, who's part of the original Eagle Council. Patricio from New Mexico. And all of you that at least showed up to be able to believe and to have an open heart and ears to come together and help us understand how we can work together more effectively with more honor. So I just want to thank everyone. All of the footage will be archived and will be online after the event. And I do want to remind people again later, Wisdom Keeper Council, we're going to have a round table, and then we've been invited to have an evening cacao ceremony. Not a cacao party, not a cacao interpretation, but a very traditional cacao ceremony with Marcello from Bolivia and Kamiko Hayashi from Japan. So I don't want to take up any more time. I just want to, I talk too much sometimes, but I just wanted to come up here and just say thank you, all of you, for the beauty of the magic that make me, I was called the other day, well, I'm called many things. Some of them I would say to my mother, but thank you for making me an apocalypse. And I'm not talking the apocalypse like, oh, it's the end of the world. Apocalypse means to reveal what is hidden. And what has been hidden is all of us coming together with our superpowers to save humanity from itself and to continue this ancient lineage and wisdom of how we can relate to the earth, which is suffering so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. And just to be clear, the Wisdom Council will be here in this room, correct? I've had a couple of questions. Yeah, the Wisdom Council is here in the conference room. Okay. Great, thank you so much. And I'd like to now introduce to you Chris White. We've already mentioned his name, but what you didn't know, I bet, some of you, is that Chris is building an eco-village at Poncha Pass that doubles as a school for others to learn, take home, and implement the blueprint and create their own in their own communities. So I think this is something very special that we're going to learn about now, which is something that I always talk about as well, is the ability to replicate all the good that we're doing. It's wonderful to be stationed in one area and to work with your local community, but imagine being able to replicate and duplicate throughout the world. So I think this is a topic that is very interesting and doable because we have so many people here that are actually doing the work for us, creating the templates, and then allowing us to use those templates. So I think you're all ready to go. Mr. Chris White, you go.
Just want to say I visited Chris this winter, and the amount of bravery and tenacity just to get
down the muddy road to where the yurts and the whole ecological school is, Pine Tree School.
Lone Tree School.
Lone Tree School. That alone is a miracle, so I just want to acknowledge.
Hi, my name is Chris. Thank you for having me. So this is just a quick kind of story, and I do a lot of different workshops and education up at Poncha Pass, and I figured maybe I would do a quick educational thing on time banking, because it's something that I think can empower all of our lives with wherever we are, whether we're trying to build a home or we're just trying to empower our community. So it really is a kind of road to sustainability for me. And so it's a little bit of a story of that. Yeah. So I started with marine biology. I got a master's in it. And if you ever study biology and you see the sheer beauty of nature just interacting with itself in this elegant way that's been done for millions and millions of years, it'll quickly turn you into a conservationist. I spend a lot of time studying coral reefs in the Caribbean, and our coral reefs, of course, are experiencing the most challenges currently today. Here we would actually go out and do night dives, and a coral specific to the species will spawn at a specific number of full moons after the year, a specific number of nights after the full moon, and then a specific number of hours. And that species will explode with spawn on one specific night. It's the most elegant piece of biology that I've come across. And when that turns you into, you see these challenges like eutrophication and sea level rise and different things like that, just turns you into a conservationist. And so a lot of these problems, of course, are generated by people. And so people are the problem. People could be the solution, need to be the solution, right? So I left fundamental research in biology towards an idea of, how do we fix the world? I was recruited to go to Peru to try and harness wave energy, which I thought was a really interesting idea because it was potentially the potential to harness a new clean energy source. It was really exciting. We got the first marine energy permit in that country to test some systems. And at the end of the day, it didn't work. And it didn't work because many different things, but the ocean is a very chaotic, very intense energy system full of salt water, it's corrosive, chaotic forces. And it made me kind of step back and wonder, what is sustainability? What is sustainable practices? How do we achieve these things that we need to achieve if we're going to find some sort of harmony with this world? So kind of leaving this industry from a top-down approach of, let's find a techno fix, I said, okay, let me find my own home, let me make that sustainable, and then let me work on my neighbor's home, my community's home, and let's see what we can do in that direction. That led me to, this was one of the graphs that flipped over. So it doesn't work, what do you do? So that led me to the beginnings of years of Poncha Pass and Lone Tree School. And this idea of saying, how do we work on empowering our community at every aspect or every level to kind of really achieve this. So these are the yurts now, or one of the yurts, and this is a platform with another one. And it was a lot of really difficult work to build. I don't know how many people have built their homes. I feel like Preston's a very building centric environment where a lot of people build their own homes. And you learn a lot when you build your own home, start designing it, and figuring out how to do it. It's a lot of work. And I found specifically, I'll go into kind of this idea of time banking, but I was making some friends in the Salida area and we started working on each other's projects. We started helping each other achieve kind of our common goals. And one friend in particular was a carpenter, was really powerful. I started noticing that when we would focus on each other's projects instead of our own projects, the things that we would be able to achieve was 10 times the value to each other and to our community than focusing on our own projects. And there's a lot of different lessons that I learned. So I run workshops in the spring and fall that are free to people who want to take them, come out and stay in the yurts. We do a 2-week thing where every day we talk about different things from time banking to permitting to financial literacy. All of these things are so important in order to empower us to have our own decision making in our own control versus constantly working for kind of the society or the larger entity of capitalism. It's getting so difficult these days. Prices have gone up in so many ways. And so there's a lot of potential if we work towards each other. So quickly, one of the lectures that I'll just touch on here with you is the idea of time banking. And so what is time banking? Ultimately, the art of time banking is realizing that our most precious thing in life ultimately is time, and knowing each of our time is worth ultimately that equal amount. And so thus, time banking in essence is agreement to work for your word to my word in the service of achieving each other's goals. What I found is it's so powerful, and why it works is you really earn and you can create save a living wage. So for instance, if you have to hire someone like a carpenter or someone, you might pay that person $40 an hour. You know, a specialized electrician or a plumber, those are expensive trades, and it's going to cost you quite a bit of money. When I'm able to work with that person on their goal and they work with me on their goal, instead of me paying that person that much money or whatever, I'm ultimately able to save that amount of money as well. So it's difficult to find a living wage, many places, meaningful work. And if I can work on somebody else's project in my community and they work on my project, and instead of me paying $40 an hour, $60 an hour, $100 an hour to a mechanic, I'm saving that amount of money. It also creates a multiplier effect. Real specifically, like if you were ever in construction, you may think that if I work for 3 hours, I get 3x of work. But if somebody else helps me for 3 hours, we would do 6x of work. But that's not really true, because when we work together to achieve things, things go so much faster. And so, you know, that 3 hours may actually end up being 9 hours to 10 hours worth of work. And that's a very powerful concept. Another idea is that you're smoothing the curve. So if I'm time banking with my friend, maybe while I'm waiting on permits or waiting on materials, different things, you know, he may have other work. And so instead of me not having work, I can go out into my community and find other work to do. And so these situations where we might not have any work at certain times, where it's peaks and troughs, we smooth that curve and we're able to work in different aspects within our community.
Just welcome.
If we talk about childcare again as a multiplier, when you work with your neighbors, let's say you have multiple people have children,
difficulty with the computer, have a separate cable to bring you in.
I take them on Monday, they take them on Tuesday or Wednesday.
So let me message you back. I would like it. I'm going to have you to be the first
have
one.
childcare for a week.
Wisdom keeper.
And so there's so many
council later tonight.
Like capitalism,
I apologize. Technology is having some challenges right now.
Go to the market for dog care, for child care, for groceries, for any services.
I mean, no, we
I
don't
think
have any problem.
what's so important is that we
Judy
step
there?
back and ask, what are we trying to achieve?
I will
And
message
can we
Judy a little
achieve
bit
that
just to
with
give
our
you a
community?
respectful update. That way you don't have to just wait.
Many
But we're
times
trying to
I
get
think if you find the right people to work with within your community, it creates a lot of resiliency.
That way everyone can hear you and we can broadcast.
It allows us to work in
Okay.
jobs that really matter to us.
So
empowering each other.
when will I speak?
You know, when I can work on somebody else's home, my community, versus working for just a corporate job or something, I feel so much more rewarded at the end of the day,
Then they're
having
having
helped my community
what they call
than
their
just
wisdom
helping some
teacher
sort of
meeting at 9 o'clock.
larger entity. And so I know there's a lot of
I'm not sure.
fear and fear mongering in the world. There's a lot of true crime. We're told
Maybe
your
you
neighbors
just
aren't
need to
people
not be
that,
part of it at all.
you know, you should communicate with, we should build walls, we should build fences, all
There's no
these things.
money.
And I think that's a very capitalistic driven thing. It's consumers.
This
They
is
want
crazy.
everybody to be a consumer. So when we step back and we say, how can we work within our community to time bank? How can we empower each other to make meaningful labor
But
for
they
each
have
other,
computers that
meaningful wages? We really can achieve really monumental things.
So what do you want to do?
Thank you.
Sure.
Sure. What do you think?
So I found that this has been super powerful for me. A couple ideas of how do we time it. It's kind of important to say, okay, what I've learned working with different people is you set boundaries early, make it clear. If you are on a time bank, it's important to just be clear, keep a common record. It's a case by case agreement with whatever neighbor you're working with. It might be different from construction to childcare. These are all specifics. Unlike using dollars or anything where we just have a common exchange system, time banking is going to be case specific. Keeping a shared record is really important. Setting a limit, a spread of hours is maybe important over the course of a year, and banking within an industry. Just thoughts. So here we're working on an Earthship right now. If anybody's familiar with Earthships, they're incredibly labor intensive. But when we have these tools, it really starts to come together. So what I'm learning is that community is everything. We're really going to address sustainable living practices and realize sustainable infrastructure. Our biggest bang for our buck is going to be turning to our neighbors and saying, how do we help each other achieve this? Where do we start gardening? Where do we build community gardens? Where do we start having common childcare? Where do we help each other build each other's buildings and each other's homes? When we do that, I think we have a huge capacity where in our traditional forms right now, maybe a lot of people are feeling underwater, they're feeling overwhelmed, everything's more expensive. And so I encourage you to kind of step back, maybe go visit your neighbors and say, how can we empower each other? Because in this process, I found that it's been super rewarding for myself. It's also been very tangibly effective, and it's something that's really happening. So in the summer, we do nightly rentals up there, and that allows me to run these workshops for mostly youth who are trying to find a way to build their own home, a way to access housing because they can't afford it right now. So by building their own home, they can access it. So these workshops are at zero cost to these young individuals. And then the yurts convert to affordable housing in the winter, which is also made possible by the night rentals. So this is more or less where we're at. We're a little bit further along now, but the idea is beyond the yurts, Earthships are quite interesting structures, thermal mass, full of passive solar. They heat and cool themselves. They are incredibly labor intensive, but we're getting close to completing this one, and it'll be long-term affordable housing as well. So, yeah, we're gonna have. I think there's a shuttle out there tomorrow at 9 a.m. to see how more concrete. of things. Any questions?
So you said, thank you so much, this is amazing. What you're doing. You said that you give these youngsters that opportunities to build their own houses, and so all for free, how to do that, like, how can you afford the lumber and all that, that's great.
Well, so I provide the workshop, and then they stay in years for free. And then every day we work locally on what I'm working on, which is going to be long-term housing for whoever chooses to be there. But then in the afternoon, we'll do a lecture series. So one of them is time banking, but then we'll do financial literacy. We'll do a tour of the yurts. We'll do discussion of the earth ship builds, because different structures will have different meanings for different people in their lives. I don't think there's necessarily a one structure fits all for everyone. I think that's actually part of our problem with housing, is most of it is stick build and OSB, and it's all slapped together, and we're putting this everywhere. And we're putting it in Tornado Alley, and these people's homes are getting destroyed. We're putting it on the coast, and it's getting destroyed. And if you look at a lot of original First Nations housing in various areas, a lot of that housing is actually reflective of what made sense in those areas. So I'm originally from New Mexico. You know, we have a lot of stuff on 3-foot thick walls, things like that. You're using local materials. If you go to the Northwest, it's a lot of larger wood structures.
So like you say, local materials, that's how you afford to do this, and give these youngsters free opportunities like this.
Well, so I'm trying to give them tools to be able to then go out into the world and do it. So trying to get everyone as educated as possible to make a meaningful effort, you know, because building your own home is not necessarily easy, but I also don't think it's rocket science. I think with the right tools, things can be affordable. Earthships are largely recycled materials, so that might make sense for someone who's younger and has more, can put in more sweat equity. Whereas maybe a different structure makes sense for somebody who's older and has maybe a little bit more disposable income. So the point is we really need to start empowering our communities, asking what makes sense, and kind of getting away from the way things are traditionally being done, because that's on a mass scale kind of killing all of us. So that's the effort.
I just want to say that this is a beautiful way of life, because it bypasses all that consumer monetary thing. It's really valuing people and their work and community and who you are, and it fosters communication and togetherness, and all of us together are stronger than one of us apart. And so I really commend people on this, and really appreciate what you do.
Yeah, it's really interesting because, you know, we had hyperinflation 2 years ago, right? So the dollar inflated by 20%, and now they say it's almost back down to 2%, but it's, you know, 2% from a year ago. So we're at 23% in the last 3 years. So anybody who's making $1, you know, you're kind of playing a game against a casino that's rigged, because you go to the markets trying to earn $1, and that dollar is just devaluing and like sand going through your hands. So the ability to say, no, my time is valuable and your time is valuable, they're equally valuable. And if we work together in exchange of that fundamental understanding, we actually have so much more value than we're being told at value. So yeah, it's important to find a way here. Right, cheers, thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I do want to remind people that tomorrow there's another opportunity. It's the last opportunity to actually visit the Europe Village and Pine Tree School. over at Poncha Pass, so might want to check that out. So we want to encourage you just to get up and stretch your legs because we have the opportunity to hear from our next presenter.
All right, thank you so much, everyone. Next up, we have Mr. John P. Milton. He is the creator of The Way of Nature. It's an organization that helps people connect to nature. Come on up. Oh, wait, he's saying hello to the fans. So we will give him just a second to get up to the stage. Thank you for to all of you who are staying to listen to what he has to share with us today. Mr. Milton, would you like to hold the microphone or would you like it on the stage?
Six.
Well, it's a great pleasure to be here today. I've been, I spent this morning and the afternoon with one of my students who's in the middle of a 28-day retreat in the mountains. One of my, I like to say my main job is to take people to the mountains and leave them. And that really is the brief description of my work. A few of you here have been through that process. One of the reasons that I've been engaged in helping people go into the mountains and have a deeper connection to nature through alone time was the realization that modern culture is really out of touch with nature in so many ways. And in the ancient times, in the earlier times, of course, we had things like the vision quest that indigenous peoples have mastered. It was a key component to their deep connectivity to the rest of life. And I realized that we needed to have something in our modern culture that was an equivalent to that. But it had to come out of a series of direct immersions so that our own spirit ceremonies, our prayers, our meditations, our own relationship to nature came from within connectivity. And I realized that there were certain key elements to connection. I began working with meditative techniques back in the 50s, 1950s, where I had my first teacher in the Zen tradition, and later on in the Tibetan tradition. And out of that, I began to essentialize some of the common principles that most of these great liberating traditions had. And I began to come up with some kind of a common ground view what most of these great liberating pathways provided. So these days, the Way of Nature Fellowship is focused on what is the common ground of spiritual cultivation in a way that connects you to what we now call the three natures. Outer nature, and the big feminine call living things. Inner nature, and the reality of your experiences, your senses, your thoughts, your emotions, and all the things that happen between birth and death that are part of your experience of life. And then true nature, which is the true source nature, the foundation of the cosmos, which is at the heart of everything, including ourselves. And the capacity to have a touch into that true nature aspect is another major focal point for the Way of Nature to support people find that in a very authentic and direct way, direct connection. I began a lot of my work back as a kid. Was born back in the East Coast, and my family had a farm up in White Mountains of New Hampshire. I began asking them if I could have a direct experience with mountains nearby. My family lived. So finally, at 7 years old, after several years of trying to get them to let me and be alone in nature, they finally agreed after 2-3 years of trying to give me permission to have a deep dive into the merging with the rest of the big family of all the things. They let me do it at age 7. And so I had it was a short time, it was only a week, but I went very deep into a connection with the trees, the streams, the clouds, the animals. In fact, many of the animals came in. I noticed they, after they'd been out for a few days of solitude, that the animals lost much of their fear of me. They had to come in and act in a very familiar fashion. And in those days, it was deer, foxes, squirrels, raccoons, groundhogs, and beings like that. But they would come in and just be with me in very close proximity. And I noticed that as I sat there, any fear they might have had of humans seemed to fall away. And they came and began to behave like friends and close associates and intimates. And over the period of days of that week of solitude, I realized that it's becoming part of a really gigantic family. My family farm was part of it. None of us had really deeply realized this larger family that we were part of. So I felt very honored to be open to this experience of being part of the big family world of things. That experience really changed me. It introduced me to the authentic truth of who we really are as human beings, part of this big, amazing current of life that flows throughout the biosphere and which we're all a part. But we rarely have the opportunity to have a deep engagement with the truth or to discover the truth for ourselves. So I began to look into different traditions that I thought might be helpful, because I noticed that human behavior was very destructive towards the big family of things. And I realized there was an immense amount of destruction going on. The forests were being felled, the nearby mountains were being mined. There was a huge taker mentality. How can we take as much as possible from nature? And no thought about giving anything back, having a healthy relationship as you would in a normal family. But that began to be a main current of my life direction. And eventually it took me into a training as a ecologist back in the 50s, in the 40s. And prior to that, I began to convince some of my friends to join me in these merges in nature alone. We formed a little kind of a gang, a tribe of teenagers whose main practice was to go into nature and be alone, listen to nature, and learn from nature as a teacher. My parents were very kind in that they let me explore many of the different religions that were present in White Mountains at that time. Mostly it was Catholic and Presbyterian. In those days, nobody ever heard of or talked about meditation. That was unknown back in the 40s and 30s and 50s. It was a rare thing to come across. But I noticed in most of these traditions, there was very little mention of nature and being part of this big family of life that I had experienced as a kid. So I eventually began to realize that there was a whole current of this kind of wisdom carried by indigenous peoples all over North America and Turtle Island. And I began later on to, actually my first teacher was a Mayan shaman, a Lacandon shaman in Yucatan. I ended up spending a year with him in the Chiapas rainforest of near Yucatan, right adjacent to Yucatan. And I spent a year with him learning some of the deep wisdom of the Mayan culture. I was about 19 years old at that time. But in the meantime, I enrolled in college and began to study ecosystem ecology because that appeared to be a science, a relationship The science of ecos means that word house, household. And so it was the study of the household of big things. This seemed to me to be a science that made sense. So I began to go deeper and deeper into the household of living things through the science of ecology, and ultimately became an ecosystem ecologist, specializing in tropical forests and the Arctic ecosystems of the Arctic. That took me to many years in Alaska and many years in places like Peru and the Amazon basin, Venezuela, Nicaragua, Honduras, Costa Rica, and many parts of Latin American rainforests. I spent a couple of years just studying the rainforest by traveling from Mexico City all the way down to Colombia, living with different indigenous tribes and living in the cloud forests of the mountains and studying how these amazing ecosystems work and function. So long story short, I began to shift from a commodity view that the larger culture had, which really is looked at nature. It was really the commoditization of nature as a series of resources for our own use. There's, as I mentioned earlier, very little thought of nature as a family, as a living partnership aspect, that we should be in a good relationship with a big family of all living things. And slowly that began to be replaced with the science of relationship of that big family. And so I spent some years doing that, and then ended up working with a foundation, with a conservation foundation, that later merged with a group of the World Wildlife Fund. And through that, we began to look into how can we take this commodity view of nature as just a basket of resources and shift it into a more natural systems perspective. So I began to think about it a little bit, and I thought, well, how can we make that shift? What kind of word do we have that's better than resources, which is all commodity kind of conceptions? And I realized we did have a word called environment. That was a whole system perspective. It was a natural word that described that which surrounds us and which we're part of. And we had the funds at that time to bring in leaders from all over the world. We held a big gathering in Virginia to take a look at that whole system perspective, using the word environment as a means for whole system consciousness that was word in popular use, but not being brought out very widely in that culture at that time. We had a series of meetings which over a period of a week, we gathered with top specialists and experts in things like economics, governance, science, regional planning, and so on. Take a look at how each of those disciplines was dealing with emerging huge problems. People like Rachel Carson, who wrote Silent Spring, had identified. She identified how the environment was being poisoned by pesticides and herbicides and flowing through the natural systems to kill them. That's, of course, still going on. So with the benefit of that kind of emergence, we were part of a system that was actually being poisoned. We began to take a look at how could economics, political science, regional planning, governance, a whole bunch of systems that were effectively the leadership of the Western modern culture, how could they effectively address those emergent issues? And so in the mid-60s, we held a big gathering that brought them all together, and each discipline began to share how their particular perspective would heal these emerging massive problems of the environment. And over a week, it became very clear that no individual system had a capacity to heal these problems or resolve them. We had to come in together in a whole system way to deal with the emergent problems of these natural systems because we were part of them. And at that point, the word environment began to take on some currency. And over a period of several years, from the mid-60s to the late 60s, something called the environmental movement caught a hold and was born. And we played certainly a role in the emergence and the branding, the shift from a commodity perspective to a whole system natural system perspective. And that continued to grow and flourish. I then turned my attention to pulling together a series of 200 case studies using the Harvard case study approach to show what was happening on the planet. And we did case studies all over the world of what was happening in the poisoning and the destruction of natural systems and human relationships with the earth everywhere on the planet. We brought all those things together in 1968 in a thing called the Conference on the International Environment. And we presented these case studies as an example of how we were in deep, deep, deep trouble. And we needed to address these things quickly, or we were all going to be going deeply down the rabbit hole of disaster. This was, of course, a major challenge to the international development community that made its money on development projects and the commodity view of nature. And these case studies were proof that that approach did not. It led to catastrophic decline, degradation, and destruction of global environments. And I was able to pull those together into a book that was published in '72 called The Careless Technology. And that was presented at the first International United Nations Conference on the Environment in 1972. And those case studies showed how the world was dealing with a massive international environmental series of issues and problems. And that international conference really led to the establishment of a global initiative to begin addressing these issues around environmental catastrophe on a global basis. One other thing that we did was to hold a little gathering of about a dozen scientists, and we took a look at what were some of the biggest issues on the planet at that time. This is a bit earlier, 1963. And we came up with we found one issue we thought was especially important to bring to public awareness. We published a little document, a small monograph on this issue. The title of that monograph was "The Global Implications of Rising Carbon Dioxide Content in the Atmosphere." In 1963, that made public this issue on a global basis, published widely in the New York Times, the Washington Post, LA papers, and so on. So we knew even then how deep and serious these issues around carbon and methane were, and the lack of attention that modern cultures were giving to these massive global planetary issues. So from there, because of the success of the birthing of the environmental movement, we began to move into a phase, first commoditization, realizing we were having to go on the approach to a natural systems recognition through the science of ecology. Then finally, we began to get legislation and laws that would help us and support bringing the environment to the forefront with legal support. We helped to create things like the Environmental Policy Act, which led to the EPA in a whole number of ways to protect the broader environment of our world. And we had the Clean Air Act, Clean Water Act, Endangered Species Act, and so on. All of these were very successful, beginning to open up a legislative base for enacting some real care for domestic life in the big family. But over time, I noticed that all that became more and more legal, and a lot of the original spirit and passion that was there with those of us who birthed the environmental movement in the beginning, that began to diminish and disappear. And by the mid-70s, you sort of have a wave of the reemergence of a commodity approach to nature and reemergence of basically a natural resource perspective, which is really a taker mentality. No relationship there whatsoever with the kind of things. So I began to shift my perspective back to my early experience of being alone in nature for extended periods of time. I did a month-long immersion in nature in the Olympic Mountains in Washington. It was an amazing experience, deeper and deeper into the solitude and silence and space, and found myself opening deeper and deeper to a sense of profound connection to the biosphere. And I remember that experience. I did that at age 16. after doing a sort of annual quest, just going out into nature alone with the guidance of my friends, the plants and animals, the trees, the soils, the atmosphere, the clouds, all the great beings of nature came to support them. So I remembered them, and I said, maybe what we need is to bring back the power of being in solitude, in direct relationship with the big family of things. Maybe that relationship will provide us with some of the wisdom, the deep, authentic knowingness that could bring us back into a good, loving relationship with the big family of things. And it would be based on a loving relationship, not just a taker mentality. So I began to shift my work into taking burned out leaders of the environmental movement into a period of solitude and deep connectivity to nature. Meanwhile, I was studying different traditions that had some capacity to help people connect to outer nature, inner nature, and true nature. And I began to see through those traditions, like the Native American traditions, the Taoist tradition, some of these, like the Bon tradition in Buddhism, all of these were traditions that had the capacity shamanically to provide deep connectivity to nature. And I began to see there was a common ground principles in these traditions that we could begin to share. And through those common ground principles, we could prepare people, get them ready to take a deep dive into the solitude of being one with the rest of the living things. And slowly, what emerged was a process that involved this sharing of common ground approaches from many cultures. Not the specifics of the culture, but common ground principles. And then allow people to have the time for the solitude, this inner silence and the spaciousness and for connection. And I went deeper and deeper with that, began sharing with more and more people. Many of them originally were environmental leaders that were getting burned out. And eventually it began to spread, and more people began to become interested in that. And finally, out of that emerged something called the Way of Nature, Way of Nature Fellowship. And that's what I'm up to these days. And that's what I just finished doing, as I mentioned. When I put people out in a month-long solo in nature, I go in once a week to refine the practices, make sure the processes of deep connection to themselves and to the earth and to Mother Earth and so on, nature. If there's a need for refinement or the emotional issues that are coming up, the ways to transmute and transform those things. And so it's a great honor to be able to work with people in such a sacred way over so many years. I've been doing this now for 60 years here in Weston and all over Brazil and all over Europe and Latin America. I got very interested in Europe and began doing work in Europe because I was interested in how the colonial era of the Roman Empire began to bring through the conquest the illumination of the earth, the nature-centered spirituality traditions of Europe, and destroyed much of what we originally had, which was deep, deep connectivity to nature. All that was destroyed by the Roman Empire, knocking out many of these traditions and practices, deep connectivity aspects. And so I spent now probably 20 years working here, learning more about how it was lost, and then introducing some beings to help bring back the original indigenous capacity to experience the big family of all the things that originally was part of the European heritage. One of those guys that's up on his 28-year solo right now that I just met with earlier today is one of the heads of the rewilding movement of Europe. Fantastic. He's just going through transformation after transformation. Let me speak briefly about how this works. When you do an engagement that helps you drop human culture, human obscurations, which tend to support a commodity view of nature, you need to empty yourself of everything first, just to let go of all the things you think you are and the culture that you think you're part of. Let that go for a while. And enter into a sacred relationship with nature. I am beginning to honor nature through simple means of making offerings to nature asking for a relationship and asking for a deeper dive into a deeper truth of being part of this big family of things. It's very simple. And so the first part of our process is coming and doing that, and learning what are these common principles that support that. For example, one of the key things that you need to be able to develop in the modern culture. Have you noticed how busy and speedy life is these days? And that speed provides disconnection, separation, not enough time to make connection. It's true for human families and also for family of nature. If you have the time and the capacity to relax, when you truly relax, you let go of everything, all the tensions, all the things that tend to trap you in an individuality capsule. You begin to have the capacity to open into a vastness, spaciousness of being. That was our original inheritance. Now, if you go deep into that letting go process and deep relaxation, you begin to master that. And you also begin to develop the capacity to keep the mind in one place. And you begin to develop a sense of presence. And then you unify that presence with deep relaxation. Magic happens. You begin to enter into a field of incredible connectivity. The blockages, the obscurations that separate you from each other begin to dissolve and fade. And you begin to enter into a brand new magical world of deep connectivity, big family of things. And you begin to open the keys to discovering your true nature source. So that's the first part. The second part is the period of solitude, which might be short, might be just some people have never spent more than half an hour or so alone in nature. We provide all the way from a day or weekend to normally at least a week, solitude in nature. And letting go, being fully present, opening the heart, experiencing love and deep connectivity, and going deeper and deeper into that process and letting go of things that separate and alienate us. And in that solitude, the space of the openness, and silence, and stillness of nature and solitude, magic really happens and opens. Then once that happens, you begin to go through a process of initially feeling your separations from nature begin to shift into an authentic connection with trees, with flowers, with plants, with birds, with animals, with all the beings. And they begin to show up as friends, just like my early experience as a kid in the mountains of New Hampshire. And then you go deeper, you start having experiences of being bonded with beings. They're part of your family, like the planet. And you begin to see that there's an experience where you're still your individual being, but you're also in a state of deep unity at the same time. I call that the stage of communion, union with some being of nature. If you go deep into that experience, then what happens is an experience, or what can happen is an experience. Absolutely no separation between you and another being, nature. There's just one taste, one experience, one happening. I call it the stage of union. No separation. You give a tree a hug, tree hugs you. You're one being, one event, one happen, one truth, one experience. So when that begins to happen, and that happens if you're in solitude, out in the mountains, completely alone, no buildings, no cabin, a little tent, maybe as small as possible, maybe just a blanket, maybe a sleeping blanket, but as little as possible, and often no food during that period of time. What begins to happen is all these barriers to separation from this big family of living things dissolves, and you have experience of unity and communion with the trees, the stones, with the sky, with the clouds, with the birds, with the animals that come for a visit, everything. I call that the experience of the great mandala, the great medicine, the great circle of all life, which surrounds. you learn how to bond through each one of your gifts of the, what I call the 9 experiential fields: sight, sound, taste, smell, touch, balance and movement, the experience of energy and life force. And then, of course, the emotions you have and the thoughts you have around that connectivity. And through all those 9 fields, you can bond and go through that community experience. Now, when you arrive at this incredible connectivity with the entire environment that surrounds you, then you can put all of that back into the pure primordial awareness that's the foundation of the entire experience. You're bonding with the big family of all different things. And at that point, it helps you to discover the truth, the sacred truth of your essence. And that begins to open and fill. And that truth is found in all the great traditions, of course. So, but this is a pathway to source through and by nature itself. There's the partner, the lover, the teacher, and the one that opens this powerful, deep, sacred relationship. So in a nutshell, that's the sacred process, the way of nature engages in the common ground approach. It's not the property of any particular culture, it's universal. We all have the ability to go out, work with a few principles, bond deeply with the rest of the living things, and then integrate what we learned from that experience. That's the third phase of what we do. Simply integrate, share together what we've learned, what we've received, and share that wisdom in the deep beauty of the heart and happiness through that process. So I was asked to speak about the way of nature, and that's a very concise summary of what the way of nature does. And it's a pleasure to share some of that here today.
Thank you.
I experienced with John Milton Vision Quest in Brazil, which really changed my connection with nature in such a deep way. So much, I learned so much from those 4 days there that I want to thank you for. I thank you for thank you over and over. Thank you.
It's great to see you. Thank you. Yeah, any other questions? Yes, sir.
You mentioned the book, you said, but you mentioned the published the book.
Oh, yes, I've done a couple of books that kind of summarize this process. One is called Sky Above, Earth Below.
Sky Book.
And that's a good introduction to this process. And then a second one, more recently, we published Through the Way of Nature, which you can find only on our website. It's called, you go to waveofnature.com, and the book is called Cultivating Natural Liberation. And that's in a series of leaves, individual leaves. It's an unbound book, meaning that you can take the pages. One side has text, the other side has an image or a picture that illustrates the essence of that text that's on the other side. And you can take a few leaves with you into your period of solitude and progressively go deeper, deeper, deeper with that stuff that is used. I think you might have had a copy of that when you were. So those, we just have those two, and then we have a lot of videos and supported through podcasts and videos that are available for free on the website, waveofnature.com. Yeah.
Anyone else? Comments or questions?
I would just say that a decade ago, I had a wonderful walk with you along the stream, and you introduced me to EarthStock in a way that I've never been expected.
Oh, yes, up at the Sacred Land Sanctuary.
Yes, you pointed out all the carved rocks along the stream and so forth.
Yeah. Yeah, I should mention very briefly that we have, you know, most spiritual traditions go into buildings for their practice. We have one building up in the land, one main building. It's a teepee, it's an open teepee with no cover. And the purpose of that is to have a building with no walls. So when you're in the teepee, you're inside and the outside are the same. And then, of course, the environment there has been it's been a very sacred place for many people over many, many thousands of years. So we're doing our best safeguard and protect that area and preserve it as a sacred site. And have that be an example for modern contemporary culture to preserve nature as the church, as the temple. And there are many sacred places on very special places that support transformation, deep connection. That's true everywhere, of course, in true America. But that place has something really special.
Yes.
Yeah, as you say. We need to do that, by the way, all over the world. We need to have places that are honored as the sacred temple for that ecosystem, for that particular place where life is gathered. And to learn, going into that system in a sacred way, we open ourselves to learn the basic wisdom and good heart of the choices. So we learn how to come into a better relationship with all living things. This is what all the ancient peoples have always done. We've forgotten how to do that. And these are the keys for how you do it. In a nutshell.
Well, how about another round of applause, please? Thank you. Once again, some of the advantages of being part of the production team is you get to meet incredible people, but the downside is you don't get to listen to everything that they have to say. As we're getting ready for our next presenter, I just wanted to share with you once again that this evening, starting around 7:30-ish, we will be having the Wisdom Council right here in this conference room. So thanks everyone for your patience. You know, live production is a whole other animal, as I'm sure some of you are discovering maybe for the first time now. But live production is incredibly gratifying and wonderful and scary and chaotic and all of those emotions that run within us. So thank you for your patience and for just bearing with us, because I think the content speaks for itself. The speakers are so amazing and so incredible. So I think we're very fortunate, and I think I saw a hand. Did you have, yes?
Yeah, actually, we're,
yes,
for a special event like tonight, we're bending the fabric of the quantum reality to rise to the occasion. So what we are going to be doing is, I spoke to Michael Krause, and two things. We're broadcasting on YouTube and Facebook because there was an idea of like paying bills. We had premium content after a certain time. But tonight we're offering that as a gift for anyone who's able to be aware enough that we're actually broadcasting and find it. So if you go on the watch page of EarthStock Summit, you click, you're going to see EarthStock Experience on Facebook, EarthStock Experience on YouTube, and you're going to see Regenerative Media TV on Facebook. That will be streaming live this evening. The rest of the day is at 3 o'clock. The free live feed stops at 3 o'clock. We want to entice you to support the event and getting premium content. A month or two down the road, all that content will be available for free for the community. We're not trying to monetize anything, but we are trying to make sure that we're covering the huge production expense. So does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
so what Michael said.
Briefly announce my offering, we got that later.
Yeah, really briefly while we're getting Shakira set up.
Aloha, everyone. I'm Dana. I just wanted to say that because of schedule modifications, my offering called Water Reflections, which is a heart coherence meditation and sacred sound meditation dedicated to water, is going to happen here at 6:30 to 7. And it got added very late to the schedule out there, so you may not know about it, but it's gonna happen at approximately 6:30 before the Wisdom Keepers. And we're going to send our energy, our coherent heart energy into all the water on the planet and commune with water through sound and energy. So please join me.
Oh, it's gonna be amazing. Yes.
And I'm not gonna cut my head off on Zoom. Look, Mom, no hands. Okay, this is all a beta test, and I just want to thank the presenters and the staff. This has been at the speed of light, over 130 presenters arriving to Crestone, and that alone is like, you know, as we know, this is a very special quality here. So everyone, you know, whether they were happy or blissful or angry or lost or confused, or my texting doesn't work, my Wi-Fi doesn't work, where is everything? Has navigated very skillfully the obstacle course to actually be here. And part of that is all the different logistical pieces. So just to kind of add more clarity to that. For the Wisdom Keeper Council that is here, we are going to have food delivered soon. And we'll let you know when that arrives. For all of you at the Mystic House, right? We rented it. We have like 26 people staying there, including camping. The meal will be later after the Wisdom Keepers Council, because we found the other night when we had an amazing presenters of people, as soon as the dinner bell rang, it was like, oh. So we're gonna stretch a little bit and encourage people to be here for the reason we're here, because of the work, the opportunity, the effort, and the privilege of having this moment all together. Because, I mean, we could do this on Zoom, but if I never have to do Zoom ever again, I'm not gonna lose sleep over it. So we have the benefit of being with each other. So I don't want to take up any more time. I know we have another presenter, but I just want to clarify. If you need to go to Blazing Mountain tonight, if you're a resident there, I know some people are leaving in a few minutes to come back for the Wisdom Keeper Council and Dana's presentation. And we're gonna have a roundtable. They're not just listening anymore. Wow, we're gonna roll up their sleeves and like, okay, let's get in the sandbox together. What's gonna happen? So again, clarity. And then tonight we're gonna finish with a cacao, a real legit. I mean, I'm from California. Every night there's a cacao ceremony and, you know, light twerking and this and, but we have the privilege of lineage holders of very traditional people that are willing to share this knowledge and this experience with us. So that will be later this evening. I also want to thank our tour guides today from Chimay. Thank you so much for the amazing experience. Anyways, here's Carmen Milagro. Much love for our sister Carmen.
Thank you so much. All right, everybody. So I think as we're getting the tech portion of this ready for our next presenter, I'm going to tell you a little bit about her. So her name is Shakira Shul, and she's a transpersonal psychotherapist, and that's a therapist with a focus in the soul, with more than 19 years of experience doing what she does. She's also a certified instructor at the Temple School Wisdom of Feminine Arts, and it's knowledge based on cosmic law. She's a master in emotional intelligence, specializing in unlocking women's talents. And she's a certified coach in metaphysical and neuro-linguistic self-awareness programs. And there's so many other projects that it's just too long of a list to name here. But she does have a deep connection with the elements, and she has helped women in over 28 countries. Please welcome to the stage, Shakira.
Hola, muchas gracias. This is what they say, right? But who we are? We are child, right? Why is so important always remember that we are child? Because even the topic from today is who we know, where is the topic now, for example, is about how we can heal the Mother Earth, right? How we can understand to heal the Mother Earth. And everything starts when we feel the energy of children, of child, because this is the energy who come from the real source. This is energy, for example, let's think about this. My teachers, during all this path, always teach me. Which kind of frequency you think that the spirit of harmony is? High or lower? High, right? It's energy, excitement, right? Which kind of the spirit of love, in which kind of frequency it exists? Also, so high, this level, right? And the spirit of, for example, of angriness. I'm so angry. I feel high in this moment, or I feel like I'm more to the ground, the gravity, right? It's like it's more lower, correct? And for what we start to speaking about this? Because when we understand this energy inside of us, and the key is our children, or child inside, this is more easy to feel God, the divine power, the great spirit, or the divine soul that you believe, because everything is in this frequency, correct? So, how will we start to heal the earth? To start to live in ourselves, to start to understand who we are. Where is my bottom of my children? Where is my bottom of when I turn on the spirit of joy in me? Where is the bottom when I put, and oh no, this no, because I feel so angry now, And have tools. It's good to feel, it's okay to feel angriness. Yes, it's part to be human, right? It's part to be a human. We cannot avoid this. It's part of this gym. My master said it always, the planet Earth is like a gym, right? It's part. But how much time we want to be there in these lower energies? All life, and after eat ice cream, and make more heavy this moment, or maybe use some tools that we call practice, energy practice, spiritual practice, to overcome this. Do a little bit effort, it's important. And then jump to the highest frequencies, right? And like this kind of effort inside of us, because practice can be really 5 minutes, but this is a little bit effort. And this effort inside of us, how can heal the earth also? What do you think? Right? Because this effort to jump, to rise frequency, and maybe someone else who feels violence in this moment, they say, oh, I feel a little bit more calm, maybe I don't want to scream, right? And together we help. So the key is inside. The key is inside, and the most is the child. Who wants to awaken more the child now and connect with the elements of the spirits of the elements? Yes, you want? You want? Okay, because we will do this divine exercise that I love it so much, and I recommend that you can do it every day in your home. So I will just ask you a little bit, some minutes before this, before go to the practice. I want to show you one video that really it's according to everything to the cosmical law, to the universal law. That we have duality, we live in duality world, right? Like two sides, but we need to, with the experience, to unify, correct? Like the enlightened masters, Jesus Christ, unified in the no duality. You know that is the meaning of the part. Two dualities, and then when we understand both, we unify, right? And for this, we want to share with you this video when we can understand from where coming these emotions, that this emotion is not from us in this moment, the 90%. You know, these emotions come from generations and generations. And we buy this, we believe this, you know, say, oh yes, look at this, and we believe, and then we react to this. So, yes, video please.
Life.
This is one video where you will see how it's looking in the subtle world. This is one perspective that I invite you to open to this cosmovision. Then how it's looking in the subtle world. For what we have all this. Jan is the character who after his life now is living with their grandma and his great-grandpa in the subtle world, and they speak about what is happening, what is coming, all these emotions, and how God makes our soul.
Life.
Jan, we're still a child. Why do you live in such an old hut? That's what we're used to, though we could live anywhere, even in a palace or in the middle of the sea, whatever we can imagine. Grandma took out a bowl of small pies, and Jan, tasting them, remembered a taste long forgotten from his childhood. Taking a bite of the pie, Jan discovered the incredible properties of the local cuisine. It was as if he could feel his grandmother's state of mind from when she made these pies, and he was surprised by this discovery. He knew her emotions and thoughts. Noticing this, his grandmother offered him an apple.
Here, try this. It isn't materialized. It came from a native tree.
Not having a clue as to what could
This
be
is how the children feel, very
and
subtle, everything.
an apple from an earthly tree, Jan took the piece of fruit, but when he bit into it, he immediately experienced the state of the apple as if he could feel its feelings, its
Because
thoughts.
everything is alive in reality when we are open.
Make you feel the tree it was growing on, its condition, its mood, and everything it was.
We can speak with the trees, right? We can feel the plant.
In fact, all objects in the subtle world seemed very alive, like in a
This
fairy
is how
tale.
we feel all
He
the
could communicate with
children.
everything. Jan had experienced something similar when he had taken LSD. It was as if the world came
But
alive.
we can do it by ourselves.
It was
It's
the
the meaning.
sense when he was
To
a
do
child,
with
when
energy.
everything seemed animated and alive. When he talked with objects of the world, they all seemed to respond.
Yes, everything is full of life, but a human living in civilization forgets this. And those people we used to call savages living in the wilderness retain that perception of life. Even young children wonder why what they imagine does not appear out of thin air. They retain this habit from their life in the subtle plane, where everything appears from what we imagine, from our thoughts. But adults discourage them from this perception, thinking that it is childish nonsense, that a child does not yet understand that it is impossible. Yet everything in the world is alive, nothing is dead. Only nature is alive in its own way, different from the way humans are. Civilization has deprived people of the ability to perceive. People have even gone so far as to not recognize that animals and women have souls. Because of this misperception, a lot of evil arises. And now there is destruction of the earth and each other. Priests had an election to determine whether women had souls. This speaks of their complete blindness, which was the root of the Inquisition fires and the Crusades. Although both Moses and Jesus told people, "Thou shalt not kill," people did not hear them and understood it in their own way, blessing wars and soldiers who went to the front to die for the sake of some ruler who was anxious for his place on the throne, and covered his desire for power with slogans about protecting the motherland and other patriotic lines.
Even now, their fight against dissent continues. Remember what they did to the master? They need slaves, but they don't have iron chains anymore. The chains have become informational. They have entangled the brain, and drowning in information, one does not even see the chains and thinks one is free and informed. Dissent breaks these chains, and ignorant leaders are afraid of it. They try to make all dissenters look bad, to ruin their shining reputation, to turn the crowd against them in order to keep them in bondage and destroy everything that could make them free.
His grandmother, amazement, bewildered by the change in her worldview. After all, she was an Orthodox Christian, always going to church and blaspheming all sects and people who thought differently. She did not want to hear new opinions or theories.
Yes, grandson, on earth, almost everyone lives in total blindness, being in bondage to ideologies. But here we have our eyes open to the truth.
So what do you do here?
You rest, my dear. We watch how life is going on earth, travel in time, and visit different worlds.
That's a great life. And what do we live on Earth for then? Why do we forget all this here? Why exist like this?
Here we are at home, and Earth is a mission. Something like a gym. We'll go through the lessons given by God and get experience, which we don't have here. God bakes our soul like a pie, and not all stages of this process are pleasant, but they are necessary for our soul to develop, to become wise.
Then
this is very interesting, right? Is the cosmovision very interesting? We will show you. We want to show you this because it's important also to understand for what coming all these negative emotions, all these separations that we can feel now, maybe, but we need to understand that this is not coming from us. This is not coming from our inner child. This is our inner child. Very subtle, very pure, very open to experience everything, right? And this is what we're gonna do now, to connect with the elements through the inner child and transform all these frequencies that is like a chain, and became more stronger. Just who wants? Just let's stand up, please. Let's stand up. And now we will start to shake the body. Shake all the body. Shake the head. The head. You have this one. Shake the head. The shoulders. Shake all the dust. Shake all the dust. The hands, the hips, legs, everything. And you breathe in and you breathe out like this. And you will feel how your energies even start to awake, right? And then you will put energy in all of your body. One side, then another side. The head, the chest, and you say, with the like this of the chest. Spirit, I love you so much. Yes, well, children, remember, spirit, I want you to feel you in my heart. Spirit, I want to feel you in my heart. Very good. And now you put all the love of the spirit for all over your body. And we will connect now with the element of the earth. Are you ready? So now you are more children, correct? All the children are allowed in this practice, okay? So now take it all in the element of the earth, the mountain, the Everest, and you will put your feet like this and say, I'm so stable. I'm so stable. I'm unbreakable. I'm unbreakable. I'm grounded. I can do anything. I can do anything. And you put it on your body, which another complement for the earth, characteristic of the earth. What do you think? Grounded. Yes, neutral. I'm neutral. Yes, I move down like a sun trees, right? You know, go to body. Put this energy. Very good. And now, how you will say, let's connect with the element of the water. And you will say now with water, I'm so fluid. I'm so fluid. I'm so, what is it, pure. I'm so pure. I'm so light. So light. I'm so healing. I'm so flexible to any situation. I'm so flexible. Eddie, as you feel, you put water. You are putting water in all of the body. Yes. Feel the flexibility. Yes. Exactly. Which another quality of the water do you see? Yeah?
Emotion.
So emotion. Good emotions. Yes. And then let's bring, which is another element? Fire in our solar plexus. Yes? Fire helps us to achieve goals, right? To have will, right? And with fire, you will do like this, you know? Exactly. You will evolve in your physical body. Fire. When you smell cookie burning. Fire. And you say, I can do everything. I'm the leader of my life. I have a very good digestive system. I can have $1 million every month. Everything is possible. Why not? Everything depends on us. Which energy we are resonating, which frequency we are. So, what you want? What else? Your fire. Bring all the energy of the fire, the energy of the sun. Because when you tune with the sun gives you the energy. Enough. Then I'm so sufficient. I can achieve every goal. I'm achieving every goal. Very good. And now let's tune with the next element. Element of wind. Wind. So air. With my open heart. I feel compassion. I feel angel. I'm an angel. I feel all the thoughts of the angels, of my emotions. Yes. And you feel, you caress yourself. Yes. This is your airship. You need to put good gasoline in your airship. Very good.
So, not to interrupt, but why words and all these incredible range of
elements. So this is how we, and then we open or all the heart state. Again, thank you, Spirit. Thank you for the elements. To bring us the rainbow. Because we are open to you. We're open to you. We are open to feel high emotions. We are open to develop. We are open to develop. And then to say, I will serve everything in this life. I will serve everything in this life. Say, yes, I'm so great. I'm so great. And you are so great. You are so great. Yes. 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 And this is really my thing is one small part that how we can connect with the how the topic is how we can the key of heal the earth, right? And the key is in ourselves, in high emotions, in do this a little bit effort to develop ourselves, to do this a little effort to transform the emotions, to do this alchemy. And we have prepared more a lot of practice, but then you want to go to the rainbow. We do the practice outside. Maybe we continue the practice outside. Let's go outside to do the practice.
Well, hello, everybody. I just thought that I would sit in here while everyone ran outside to take a look at this incredible rainbow. So I just wanted to say hello because they're all coming back in now and just wanted to let you know what was happening. So I'm going to kind of let them all filter back into the room and hopefully you are enjoying the live stream broadcast. So anything can happen during a live broadcast, and it usually does. So yes, they are all coming back in, and it was pretty spectacular, I have to say. All right. So I think we will be resuming shortly. In the meantime, for those of you that don't know, my name is Carmen Milagro, and I am the founder of Divina World Foundation. So I've been your host and your MC. I'll be here for the next 3 remaining days. This is day 4 of EarthStock Summit 2024. So as everyone comes back in, you know, it's pretty incredible to have this type of gathering. So we are, yes, as you can tell, I'm trying to fill in time here, right? That's bottom line. That's what I'm trying to do. I just didn't want you all to sit and watch a blank screen. So anyway, as I was saying, Divina World Foundation, what we are doing is we are building the Indigenous and World Music Metaverse Hall of Fame. So we're raising awareness, we're raising funds, we're doing all those things that nonprofits do. And if you'd like more information about that project, you can go to divinaworldfoundation.org. One of the things that we just did, we had the global talent search, the Indigenous and World Music Global Talent Search. And on Saturday, August 24th, right here on our live stream programming from 6:30 to 7 p.m. Mountain Time, we will be featuring the winner of the Global Talent Search, the Divino World Foundation Global Talent Search, which was the first annual of its kind. We will be doing this every year. Some of the ideas that I'm thinking about is to have the Mariachi Global Talent Search, et cetera, et cetera. So yes, there's lots going on. It is a live broadcast and it's going on for the next 3 days. So keep tuning in and out as you would like. And we also have the virtual world in case you want to go ahead and be a part of that. So I think Shakira is ready to come back. Those of you that have been with us so far, I'm reintroducing you to Shakira Shul.
Hola, hola, hola. You should know it to see very beautiful rainbows. We have 2 rainbows, right? Yeah. And this is thanks to you. You see, how when we awaken the inner child, the spirit so forth. We must do it. We must try. We must try. Do a little bit of efforts and like turn this button inside of us. And doesn't matter what is the situation. Always try to look the situation, to see the situation, in how my inner child will see this situation. I should try to look the situation like this. So this is so important to make this effort. And for this, I would like to show before the another practice, because we have 10 minutes and we can do another practice. But before of this, I will show you the next part. So we can see. And then enjoy. We will explode of energy. Yes, come on. Yes, come on, energy. Yeah. So we will wait a little bit that we can be ready. But in the middle, we want to tell you that also exists, you see behind me, we put this because now we try to unite all the differences. There's also we have a page for brothers and to unite in this cosmical universal law when it's no borders, when it's no religions, it's just the cosmic love of God, of the Creator, of the Great Spirit, of the divine power. And this is what we want to bring with you. That through this universal law, everyone we can unite, because before there existed the continents, we was just one continent. And everything is bringing us to the same, to be one continent. And who can help us? Our inner child. Who else? The spirits. The world of the spirits, and then the world of humans. And with the humans, speak with the spirits and make efforts to say, hey, spirits. The spirits answer and bring us rainbows, bring us good opportunities, right? Bring us people, bring us a good experience. And just imagine that everyone, the politicians, the government, everyone, we act, you, me, everyone, through the inner child. How will be our world? Divine celebration. Everyone doing their talents, right? Everyone's flying. A lot of great things. And this is what we want to invite. This is what we are creating in different cities, even countries, feel of love to share this knowledge about cosmical law. And you can go in the page and see more information, because there are this cartoon that we'll see is also the masterpiece, and their books, that you can just download. It's totally free. Music, like this, music, check about it. And music transformation that have special codes. So you can transform, the codes in the neurons. It's very, very, everything is free. So I really recommend very much the page. And we will do very fast the second part of the video that I think that is very important that we can see. And then we'll finish with special practice for you, for attract everything that you deserve.
Sarmadeva.
I thought you already had flying cars here. Yet you seem to be in the Stone Age.
Technological progress is not a measure of
It's
wisdom.
one perspective about how God created the world.
I believe my friend will find it interesting. Of course, there was no beginning because the world is eternal. God, like everything in the world, is material. However, the materiality of the world varies. There is coarse matter, metals, minerals, liquids, air, and there are many levels of subtle matter. The more subtle the matter, the more alive, intelligent, conscious, and blissful it is. God is the subtlest matter, diffused throughout the infinite space. However, these primary atoms form a unity, meaning they, as one organism, are connected throughout infinite space, and everything that God created, He created from Himself. First, He created the world of archangels, cherubim, and seraphim. For this, He condensed His atoms, which are Him, and created a more coarse matter, subtle level. Although it contained almost the same divine qualities, its creations did not possess the infinity of God and His unity. They were already separate beings, having boundaries, limited power of God's abilities, knowledge, grace, and creative energy. Then God further condensed His atoms and formed the world of angels, where separation and limitation increased, and the power, intelligence, and bliss diminished, although they were still great compared to humans. Next, by further condensing His atoms, He created the other subtle levels. On the level following the angelic one, there were living beings similar to humans. This is your world, the world of the dead. Below it is located the world of spirits, and at the very bottom, the world of demons. On these levels, separation and limitation increased, while intelligence or consciousness weakened. Thus, ignorance and lack of knowledge emerged, and the limited love of God began to transform into various emotions, including negative ones. People lived long and happily on the subtle level, their bodies sustained from decay by angels, as even on these levels decay had appeared. However, there was no development for humans and other beings. They were naive and carefree, like children. Then God further condensed Himself and formed the physical world, where limitation, separation, and decay, the destruction of everything, reached a significant magnitude. Ignorance was complete, strength minimal, and divine love transformed into its opposite, suffering. Although a stone looks nothing like God, nevertheless, it is also Him. He is everything that exists. And when a person loses their ignorance,
They see him in everything, the person themselves also him. But the ego does not allow immediate recognition, and being him, God in God. In one of my incarnations, I was on earth among you. You have a beautiful story about Adam and Eve. So initially, they lived in the subtle world. That was Eden. But their minds developed, and they were meant to learn about good and evil. So they were incarnated on earth, expelled from heaven. Yet it wasn't because they disobeyed God. If he wanted, they would never have desired to know good and evil. But it was God's will for them to know him. The serpent represents evil forces, spirits of evil, trying to hinder normal understanding and lead people astray. In deception, a person begins to relate wrongly to everything and falls into sin, into vices. And the apple, these are the fruits of this world: money, fame, power, a partner, family, work. And now the person suffers as they understand good and evil. But when one comprehends everything completely, they will return back to God. And in suffering and being on earth, there will be no more necessity. Every child is like this Adam. They go through the path of temptation in this world and self-discovery through this challenging world.
Wow, interesting, right? This is very interesting cosmovision that we invite you to see, and how really we understand this part and the part that we are everything. That means that when we ask, we can receive everything, correct? So the thing is here, in which frequencies we will ask. In which frequencies we will ask? In the frequency of God, in the high emotions, or in the lower frequencies? How do you want to call them? There are frequencies, correct? And we have 1 minute. In 1 minute, let's stand up to finish this, asking the high frequencies. We will imagine that here up to you in the sky, there are a buffet. There are a buffet of all these things that you know that you deserve. For example, you deserve to fly, you deserve to have $1 million, you deserve to be healthy, you deserve to have a partner. It's time to ask what you will deserve. Yes? So let's raise your hands. And first, connect with the spirit. Spirit, please. I feel you. Help me in this practice. Spirit, set me for everything. There is no prepare setting the subtle energy. And then we prepare because I deserve everything. I deserve everything. I deserve everything. And then start to say what you deserve. I deserve to fly. I deserve healthy. I deserve freedom. I deserve partner. I deserve all of I deserve all the peace and no and fun. Everything that you deserve. What else you deserve? Yes. Raise up, raise our hand up, our chest, our soul, every atom of you to really embody this energy. And for sure, the Spirit is God, for you believe divine power will hear you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Cristina. Let's hear it for Cristina again. That's incredible. I can't think of a reason why anyone wouldn't agree with that statement. So as we transition to our next presenter, I thought we would also just review a little bit about what's happening tonight. Again, just for everyone's comfort zone, we will be meeting here again around 7:30-ish. after everyone has dinner and takes a break for the Wisdom Council. It'll be inside this room. So that's where we'll all meet again. And so, yeah, so I think, well, I'm not quite ready for you, are we? So, yeah, so it is. I'm just, no. Or maybe not. Okay.
I don't hear you.
All right, well. Okay. Give us a moment here. It's live. Remember, that's what happens. All right, so we do have to prepare for our next speaker. In the meantime, you. Okay. Okay, so simultaneously right now, Peter is hosting the Forest Circle event. So those of you that want to capture that moment as we prepare for Catherine's presentation right here in this room. So a lot is going on, as you probably gathered. We've got simultaneous presentations on different platforms in our virtual reality space. We have things going on as well. So hopefully you're catching a little bit here and there, just like I'm doing. But in the meanwhile, while we get ready, so let me share with you also just some other information. We will be doing this again tomorrow, Friday. We'll be doing this on Saturday and ending on Sunday. That will be the wrap up for the EarthStock Summit 2024. And we've had some amazing presenters. We've had some outdoor fire circles and workshops and other presentations. So I think we're going to wrap it up in here. Do you want to, or do you want to just come on and do your thing? Well, let me go ahead and introduce our next speaker, Catherine Smith. Catherine is a German interior designer and architect and a feng shui master and shaman. She's the inventor of the holistic Eastern Western architecture planning approach called spirit planning. Catherine invites the angels of ancestral families to become a part of the planning team as sacred supporters of the divine processes for real change by enriching modern Western architecture with ancient knowledge, including shamanic wisdom teachings. She transforms her clients' dwellings into loving earth dwellers. Thank you so much. And we've got it up there. So let me, would you like your mic? Do you need some help there?
Yes.
I'm going to give you the mic. Okay, let me see. On a full page, full screen. Let me see what I can do. This is ironic. Try to do this. That's good. That's what we have. So, okay. See, this is the best of it.
Mic is on?
Yes, yes.
Can you help me with the
Just
slides? So welcome to this late hour of EarthStock Thursday. I'm very, very happy to be here to present here my vision of a new world of architecture. So let me introduce myself. I'm an architect from Germany and Feng Shui master working in that topic since more than 20 years. And I now, since a couple of months, integrate the shamanic wisdom of Siberian shamanism into my everyday work as an architect and as a consultant in
room and space for humans. So when I started my journey, I was, of course, like everybody around me, very much driven by matter. So everything was matter. So everybody was thinking about how to get beautiful surroundings, like beautiful kitchens, beautiful living rooms, beautiful furniture and everything. And I was like thinking, how can these furniture and living rooms make people more happy? So I was always thinking about the space. When I was working as an architect, I was always thinking about the space to make people more happy. And I deeply felt inside myself that it's not possible to make somebody happy by buying a beautiful design chair or by creating a beautiful kitchen itself. So then I started to study classical feng shui and starting discovering the secret of non-material world. My life and my work as an architect totally changes into something totally different, because I knew it's not about my idea about making people happy. It's not about designing a good table or a beautiful room, but it's about the life that takes place at this table. And how can we improve the life of humans living in that, for example, at that breakfast table? Everything is energy, and the energy is the first. So feng shui is a Taoistic skill, and Taoistic knowledge is based on the idea that yes, you can go on. It's based on the idea that energy creates matter. So let's talk about that at the example of a little bit forward until the more and a little bit more. Oh yes, that's a good example. So this is the mountain. This is the Matterhorn in Zermatt. And it's a fire energy, a very strong fire energy, this mountain. And the Taoist thinking, they say that the matter is only there, the existence of form is only there to describe the energy that takes place there exactly at that place. So when we have the matter, the existing world, we can describe the energy in that space. And this is something that we can, when you go on, please. This is something that we can transform into every space, into every place where people want to settle down. And the ancient Taoist and Feng Shui master, they work with that knowledge, and they were walking the land and looking about the mountain and looking about the energy of the surrounding, and then they could make a they could say, okay, invest in this place because the energy of the surrounding has this and that character. This spot here has a special energetic impact on the humans. When you take the next slide, we can work with that in our world today when we work with that knowledge. So we can, for example, we have a spot right here, which is, for example, a house standing there. And then we are looking around and we see the impact that comes from the surrounding to the site. And then we see, okay, this is a vital place, or there is some energy that has to be changed. So this is the idea about the how we work with energy. And in that idea, we also can create for humans. So when we have a private house, so we have the people that live there, they all have also a relationship with energy. They have their personal inner compass. So they also are related to a special energy and to a special direction. And my idea is to bring this special people with special energy coming from special direction, be affected by special direction to the energy of the house. This is in short what I'm doing. Why am I doing this? Because the houses we live in, the cities we live in, they have very low energy. I experienced that in the 20 years of my life, that the houses and the apartments where people live in have very low energy. And there are a lot of people around who are on their path of awareness, who want to rise their energy, and they go to retreat, and then they rise their energy, like we just saw in the presentation before. And then they go back home, and then they go back into very, very low energy. And this very low energy has the strength to bring the energy of the humans again into that lower level. And we, as a humanity, when we want to rise on this planet as humans, to be aware of more consciousness of the divine that comes from above, then we need to rise and we need to get more energy from our surroundings. So we need to fill our hearts with a good vibration in our homes. Because our homes used to be in ancient times the places where the family can rise, where the family can gain power, where the ancestors are also bringing their energy to support the living for going into a bright and good and harmonious future. And as our houses are not in harmony, are not balanced, then the people cannot rise, humanity cannot rise. So my task here is to rise the surrounding, to raise the energy, to change the energy in houses for families, to heal these families, to bring them into a brighter future, and to make them become more conscious into what they are doing and bring them into alignment between heaven and earth, to make them feel that they are part of everything, that they are connected with all the things that are happening around. And in that moment that people get connected between the spirits of heaven and earth, they start their path from being consumers to becoming lovers of their surrounding, of their earth and of the universe, so that because they feel that they are part of it. And this is a really amazing and very big and huge and important step for our humanity to have a future here on our planet, to become in alignment, to realign with the spirits of heaven and earth. And when we as architects are able to create rooms that have the ability to bring humans into their alignment between heaven and earth with their personal directions, their personal inner compass, and we can heal the space that they are living in, then we can create heaven on earth. And this is what we need in the future. So I'm doing it since more than 20 years, and I've had amazing results, really amazing results. A lot of families, a lot of people who were struggling with a lot of things, who had to deal with a lot of stress in their lives, with a lot of problems, trying to survive. And these humans, while they go in a conscious way, that path, they change their surroundings in the way that is written in the old ancient formulas that I work with, then these humans stop being stressed. They can enjoy their life with ease, with harmony, and it's getting a lot of peace and a lot of love in their lives. So this is the future that I deserve for each and every one here on earth. Thank you.
Do you want to say a few words, Michael? Finished?
So I'm going to thank Catherine Schmock coming all the way from Germany via Costa Rica. Did you share about your project you're doing?
No, I want to do that tomorrow. I have to
Okay.
to share today.
So we're going to take a short break. I'm going to show one of our 115 films. Just when you thought you had information saturation. So we're going to take a little break. I'm going to show some films. We'll be back a little bit later with the Wisdom Keepers Council. There is Peter Mays out in the forest circle right now. It's beautiful. Everything's wet and alive. And he's doing a sonic apothecary showing how sound and frequency responds to plants. So if you want to do work with sound and the plants, Peter is outside in the forest circle. He actually did the mycelial concert the other day, and he's doing a lot of work with using sound to actually regenerate the forest. So we'll be back in just a little bit. We're going to cut over some films. Thanks. So I just want to share that we're back in Crestone. And we're going to be bringing. So we're back in Crestone and we're going to bring Uncle Angangak from Greenland into the call. I know that Michael Kraus is reaching out to me at the moment, but since Uncle's not available for the Wisdom Keeper Council in just a little bit, we wanted to at least honor his voice. So I'm looking at participants. And I see Michael's here. So let me know when you're in, Uncle. Yes, I'm looking right now. I don't see you on Zoom yet.
You're there. It said
Okay.
they'd let you know. Here we go.
So I want to just tell Michael Kraus, I just wanted to share with Michael Kraus that Patrick McCullum is going on to the conversation. Okay. Are you on the thread now? I'm going to hang up WhatsApp.
Hang on, I'm on the thread if you're talking to me.
You hear me?
Can you hear me? Okay. Is there another meeting going now, or can you hear me all right?
What did you say, McCollum?
So I want to say, Patrick, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
You can, okay.
Can you hear me, Patrick?
I hear you, yes.
Oh, nice to meet you, McCollum.
Nice
So
to meet you.
I'm going to be quiet. I wanted to say we have Uncle Angangak on the phone right now from Greenland, and he wanted to come on and be part of this. We have our Wisdom Keepers Council in a little bit, but he's feeling a little bit like he needs to get some rest. So I just wanted to have this moment to meet, and then Uncle Angangak, if possible, he wanted to share a few words, and then we'll continue with Patrick McCullum. Thank you so much.
He's a friend. That'd be great.
Just want to introduce
So Michael,
my ego.
So Michael Kraus, if you could bring Uncle Angangak on, that would be wonderful. And again, Patrick, I apologize about the other night. We've been having some electric storms and technology and people arriving. So with all the world of respect, again, we're going to go over to you and Uncle Angangak.
Okay, Michael.
No problem.
You're frozen, Michael.
I know I'm frozen. I don't need to be in this conversation, Uncle.
Okay.
I want to give respect to you and Patrick.
Anyway, I just want to introduce you to my ego. She's about 50 years old, a bit more. She traveled to over 70 countries in the world. She's very old. Like my flag of Greenland. So before I do anything else, I wanted to chant a little prayer, if you don't mind. Is that okay? And I use my instrument. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, Oh, that's my instrument. The name is fill out, which means an instrument from the great sky. Sorry, I had to interrupt your gatherings, but I'm so exhausted. I need to go to sleep now. But before I do, I just want to tell you, I come from Greenland. I've come from the tribe of the Eskimos. And the Eskimos, as you know, or maybe you don't know, are the largest landholders of any tribe on Earth. In our land, in the Arctic, from East Greenland to Chukchi Peninsula and Kamchatka Peninsula and Aleutians, we are the Eskimos in 11 time zones. And big airplanes like the big ones, United or SAS or Air Canada, or they will fly more than 9 hours from the top of the world down to the bottom where we live. So it's really, really big land we come from. And I happen to, exactly, I don't know why, but I happen to carry the title of being a shaman, angakko. And I put on my medicine. This one is the tooth of the polar bear. And this is her favorite food, the seals, the claws of the seals. That's what we live on. When I was born, there was no grocery stores. So we had to hunt and fish everything we need to eat. Now, things have changed. Now I have traveled to more than 70 countries. I think 77, something like that. A lot of the world I have traveled to around the globe. Talking about our traditions, but then people start to talk about climate change. I've been talking about climate change forever and ever, because it says in our prophecies that one day when the world needs it most, the trees will stand again. There were no trees back home. And so interesting, the trees are standing now. Some of these trees are now 4 meters at 12 feet tall. And there used to be no more than that big bushes. Now I'm 77, I stand there next to trees 12 feet tall, north of the Arctic Circle. So those prophecies really speaks really important things to all of us. And the climate change, I talked about United Nations many years ago, back in the 1900s, 90s. So now it's 2024. So, so now climate change has become really important. Climate change, we knew it was coming. And we knew the prophecies that trees would stand. And it's so interesting to see them standing now. And Greenland is the ground zero of climate change in the Northern Hemisphere. And like in Antarctica, the South Pole is another end of the world. So in the north, the big ice, when I was born, the wall just like behind me, the wall or the ice was about 12,000 feet thick. Just ice. Now that ice has melted, it's no more than 30 feet tall. And then, of course, it's impacting the world. Right now, I'm talking to you from Tampa, Florida. And that little country of Florida is suffering climate change because the ocean is rising. Which means that the way you and I will know the map of the world will change. And it is changing. And in my world, now that I'm elder, I talk to my young people and help and assist and guide them how to be within themselves to the world they live in. The world they live in is very different than the world I grew up with. I grew up with the men in their kayaks and women in their boats, rowing the boats. Now they fly helicopters and airplanes and now big fishing fleets. So things have changed. But the most important thing, the rivers from the big ice. My grandmother's land, my father's mother's land is right less than a mile from the beach of the big ice. That land became free of ice about 6,000 years ago. And University of Alaska from Fairbanks, the young people came to study how old the land is and how old the people have lived there, how long people have lived there. And the following year, they came back and told us that people there, my father's family have lived there for about 6,000 years. So that's why I look so old, as you can see. So I'm very old, but it's amazing part of it is that my family have lived there for about 6,000 years. There's an old sod house. The sod house is about 4,000 years old. It's still standing, made of rocks and sod. You can still see the walls. So construction system made of rocks and soil survives about 5,000 years. So we knew how to do that. Of course, I don't know how to do it anymore because I can hardly lift my telephone now. You know, it's too heavy now. But nevertheless, in terms of the climate change, it's really significant that the rivers from the big ice are now running more than 1 million liters per second. That I'm not quite sure how many gallons it is, but 1 million liters per second, the river is flowing. A second is like that. But within that time, 1 million liters passing through. So that's how badly it is with climate change. And yes, it's impacting the Northern Hemisphere completely. And of course, my families are the native people in North and South America. But we are the same people. We're being affected. I was in Colombia on top of the mountains where there's no more ice up there, 5 kilometers. That's 15,000 feet. There's no more ice on these mountains. The ice is the one which brings them water. Now they had to buy water from the store, but there's no more ice melting on the land, on the big mountains. So the impact is really, really big. It's not just us, the native people, feeling it. And right now I'm in Florida, this beautiful little country of Florida. The shoreline is getting less and less. The ocean is rising. But we don't talk about it because we don't want to scare the people off. I want to gently tell them that we have to do something different. We cannot keep doing the same thing. We need to do something different to live and exist with the climate change. If we don't, we will all be lost. So that's what I wanted to say, but most importantly, never give hope. But that hope has to come from the elders who talk to the young people. I hope you will do the same. Educate these young people to understand what you as an elder has gone through, they will not go through. With times are changing so fast. Now, I read my mails with this thing. It's a Samsung. And it's so interesting, I can read about practically everything just in my hand. I was born before the computers. And then now, and because the way I am, this is a small ego, about 50 years old. She's been about 77 countries. And it's so interesting. His Holiness Dalai Lama, I found him, and he found me. And found him, then I put it in front of people like that. So he did that to me. It was so beautiful to watch. And then His Holiness Dalai Lama, after I chanted to him, we were sitting there, arm in arms, sitting on the chairs in Baffin Island, in Canadian Arctic. He came to visit. And then after a little while, because I put my drums right in front of us, and Nelson Mandela kept looking at them, and then all of a sudden say, "Uncle," that's what people call me. "Do you mind if I try it?" So I instructed him how to do it. And so, and I did that to him. Oh, so he did that. And then he put down the drums toward the floor. And then you can see he was thinking. And then he looked at me. He says, "Uncle, I want to sing my grandmother's song." I was so impressed that he wanted to sing his grandmother's song with my drums. And then he stood there for a while. And then he says, "I have not been singing it for 40-some years since he last time sang his grandmother's song." And he started singing in his own language. And just practically instantly, Nelson Mandela started to cry. And it's just dropping down his face. And at the end, he was crying so loud. So his wife and his family who were put by the police put into another room, came out. Winnie Mandela opened the door really loud, fast and said, "Now what?" So I just stood there and then, so all his family came out from another room in the airport of ECOLOGY in Bafinaran. And they listened to him as Nelson Mandela was crying, singing his grandmother's song. And when he finished, he did that. And he looked at me and said, "Uncle, do you mind if I sing another song?" So he did another song. He cried, but not as weeping as before. So when you meet my drums, the name is Qilaut, which means an instrument from the great sky. It has echo. It comes from the big sky. And when you hear that, then you realize that you can hear the big sky. So he did that. He cried, but not as weeping as before. And then when he finished, he put him down the way I did it before, and we held each other in an embrace and just stood there together. So that's my visit from Nelson Mandela in Bafinaran many years ago. So I'm really privileged, man, but most importantly, climate change. I know climate change is really important for the world now because it is changing it. In those days, I don't know if you remember Al Gore, the former Vice President of the United States. He talks a lot about climate change. So him and I, we shared the stage somewhere in New York. So at the end, his daughter asked me, "Would you mind if I invite my father to come to visit you?" So Al Gore came to visit me to look at the big guys. And it's so interesting. After some talks, back and forth, and some silence, the Vice President said, "Uncle, I knew there was a climate change. I just did not realize how bad it is. Now I've seen it." So I'm saying that so you and I, when we talk to young people, we can tell them that they cannot do what we have done. We had to teach them what to do now, because I'm going to be a great grandfather about October 1st. My oldest granddaughter is going to be a mother. So it's the greatest privilege that a little child will be born out of my blood. And then my responsibility before I leave this earth is to teach that little one about the traditions he or she comes from. Because these are really, really important for all of us. The traditions and ceremonies and celebrations which you have need to be transferred down to the next generations to come. But life without the ceremony is not a life. My grandmother says that life is a ceremony in itself, worthy celebrating with a ceremony. So all of us, we have to learn to do those ceremonies. Your life is worth celebrating. Everybody's life is worth celebrating. So I hope it will happen. in your world. And whoever is listening to this one, I hope that they remember climate change is so old. It started to happen many, many, many years ago. And now the big ice, from being 5 kilometers, that's 15,000 feet, is now probably about less than 50 feet. And the rivers, when they run in the summer, with 1 million liters per second passing through. So I hope and I pray to the Great One that you and I and whoever is listening, that we will change our tone to talk about life is a ceremony in itself. Worthy celebrating with a ceremony. Without the ceremony, we will not notice the full moon, which just happened the other day. We will not notice when the sun comes highest upon us. We don't notice it when the sun is going down. My grandmother says, in the morning, when the sun comes up and leaves the contour of the earth, she becomes yellow. And she said, now we know that there are yellow people. When she comes highest upon us, the sun is always white. Now we realized that there are actually white people on this earth. And when the sun sets, she's always red. Now we realize that there are red people on this earth. Then at night, it's always black. But now we realize there are actually black people on this earth. So those 4 species of humankind are all the same. The beautiful thing about it is we're all so different, but we're humans. The delightfulness of being different from each other is a gift. Can you imagine we all look like each other? You would be so sad. So I wanted you to say those little few words before I go and take some rest. And I really am so happy to meet you. Are you the McCollum Foundation?
Yes, Uncle, I don't know if you recall, but you and I have met and talked a number of times, but we first met at the Rorick Museum in New York after we were both at the United Nations, and I had the World Peace Violin. And you blessed the violin and I blessed your drums.
Wow, why didn't you tell me that?
Well, I'm giving you space to talk, so I'm just listening to what you have to say. But I follow your work everywhere. You and I have many mutual friends, and I very much hope to come and visit you at your home. Also, I don't know if you recall, but I am running the largest project to save the Amazon. And I have 300,000 indigenous people on my team. And I want you to be part of that so we can speak further.
Oh, now I'm going to ask Michael to make sure that we become connected.
Yeah, I would like to do that. I was actually coming to visit you, and sadly, your wife passed away. And
Yes.
I'm very sorry. I know that was some time ago, but I'm still very sorry to have heard that. And so I did not come to visit you at that time. And then, years go by and we get older.
I know that I don't know why we get older. but come and visit. Invite your family. I'll be going home. I don't remember. It's in the middle. It is August 22nd. So I'll be going home within a month to Greenland, and it would be so fantastic to receive you at the airport.
We will connect, and I leave to go back to the Amazon about the 15th of September for about a month. But I will reach out to you, and you know, we can talk and we can find ways that we can work together.
Oh, fantastic. How nice it would be that. Which part of South America are you going to?
Well, I'm going to Colombia first, then I'll be going to Brazil, and ultimately I'm going to go to, you know, 6 or 7 countries. So I think I go to Ecuador next. But the largest amount of work I'm doing is in Colombia and Brazil along the river. I also have been into the Kogi people. And so I'm a Kogi grandfather. So I also visit them up in the mountains, you know, in the Sierra Nevada, you know, high up. I think you've been up there.
Well, last summer I brought the cookies up to Greenland also. So we travel the same path.
Yes, and they spoke about that journey with me. I speak with them every week or two, and with the mamos.
Please send them my love and greetings.
I will do that.
Yeah. I was up in the Koki land, up way up in the mountains last year. Earlier this year, this is September now. So I think in March or so, I was down there last time. So.
Well, I will reach out to you so we can connect. The meeting I'm having in the middle of September will be the largest number of indigenous elders from the Amazon region to ever come together. It'll be a few hundred of the elders representing 300 tribes and pueblos, and it'll be the wisest grandfathers, grandmothers, medicine people speaking. And if I had known that you might be available, I would have invited you to come. But we should talk because there are other similar meetings, and I think your words and your encouragement could help a lot with them coming together.
Wow, I wish I had known more about it before. I would have invited myself to come down.
You would have been so welcome.
Yeah, but now I had to on Sunday go to Germany. So
yeah,
I'm one of those people. I still had to work. I wouldn't know what the heck to do if I retire. So 77 years old, so I don't know what to do if I retire.
Wow.
So anyway, my dear newfound friend, I am so happy to meet you. And
you were breaking up slow.
Say it again. Say it again.
He's losing you.
Huh?
He's losing you.
He's losing me. Yeah. Anyway, my newfound friend, I touch my heart in gratitude. Yeah, he's frozen now. Yeah. Okay. Can you hear me at all? No, you cannot hear me. Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, he's gone. Yeah.
That was his name.
And Patrick left.
Hello.
Okay, Uncle, thank you so much for your time. I know that it's been a long day for you. We want to respect you.
Mhm.
And we have a room of people, some who've been watching and hearing your stories and
Mhm. Yeah. I'm,
Um,
yeah. Michael, thank you so much for waiting for me. For now, I go home and to my bed and rest.
well, I just want to thank you for your human story. And also, I know you understand what's going on, what many people don't hear about. And
Yeah.
it's really a wake-up call. And it's really, when you were speaking, a woman with a baby came into the room.
Mhm.
And
You know, you should consider to come and visit Greenland so I can show you the impact of the way we live in the world. It will be really amazing because you're young, you're vibrant, and the more you see, we can celebrate the big ice. You can chant our ancient songs. You can do our ceremonies to create fire. But to walk the big ice, not too many people do. So it would be really nice if people like yourself can come and experience it so you can talk to the world. Because it is really so important. Climate change is not a little thing anymore. It's a life-changing event for billions and billions of people. We just don't realize it. And without the ceremony, they will be totally, totally lost.
well,
If
I
they
want to let
believe, if they believe that life is a ceremony in itself, worthy celebrating with ceremony, if they know that, they will do that. If they don't know that, they will not do the ceremony. And they will be lost. So I pray that somehow you and I, we can create that connection to those people who need to know more about Native people and ancient wisdom and knowledge, but at the same time to overcome the differences and realize that there are yellow people, there are white people, there are red people, and the black people. We're all the same. We just do not know each other well. So we need to get to know each other deeper. McCollum, what's your name again?
Patrick McCollum.
Well,
So thank you so much, Uncle. And on Sunday, we're gathering people all around the world for drumming around the world with the Emoto Peace Project, with Prayers for Water, with the Wallace Black Elk family who are coming to bring together the pieces of the sacred hoop.
mhm,
Also the sacred fire. We're here in Crestone with
mhm.
many people, Marcello Zaiduni, also Nan Claudia, Kamiko Hayashi. We're here with Black Spotted Horse, Chief Joseph Osage, Egbert, who's here from Belize. So there's many more, and also Chief Phil will be joining. I know you want to get rest, and we want to honor that. But I know later tonight we'll be being joined by Chief Phil Lane Jr. And many other people who can't be here because my commitment has always been to bring the voices that need to be heard to the world. And sometimes it can be painful, it can be sad, and it can be scary, but I think we're at the point where people deserve to know the truth. And it's really with all of you who carry this message that we hopefully have people they can hear, and not just hear with the ears, but that they can hear with the heart and feel the importance of your message. And then I also just want to mention also to Patrick, again, if you have time, we have some more time and people are watching, we are streaming, if you'd like to continue while we're.
Be in touch with Judy. She knows where I am in the world.
Say again?
Judy, she knows where I am in the world. So somehow I would love to meet you in Greenland. But if you come,
I will.
If you come, you had to bring some 10 pounds of coffee. Because we cannot grow coffee in Greenland. So you had to bring it. So remember that.
I will. I will.
Thank you.
And also, Uncle, before you go, I want you to know, one of my main partners is Jane Goodall. And she also, of course, thinks you're wonderful too.
Yes. Yes, she came to Greenland to celebrate the return of the sacred fire.
Yes.
So she and I, we worked together in South Africa and in Tokyo and Europe and in North America. So she and I, we worked together a lot over the years. So she's a good sister of mine. So much love and greetings to your families. And I look forward to seeing you back home.
I look forward to seeing Greenland. It's one of the few places in the world I've never been.
Time to go, time to go. And Michael, I'm so happy to meet you. And I stay in touch with Judy. And then let's work things out so we can do something good for each other. And do a ceremony of fire on top of the world. To walk on the big ice. And then do something spectacular. In the summer, there's no night. For 5 months, there's no night whatsoever in the north. It's daylight 24 hours a day. In the winter, for 42 days, the sun doesn't get up over the mountains. Because it's a different world. Okay, my friend, my newfound friends. Greetings to your family.
Greetings.
Oh.
Oh. So, Michael, do you want me to still share 30 minutes about survival? Do we have time? Okay. I'm not hearing you. I think you're muted.
Yes, thank you. Absolutely, Patrick. And again, I apologize for the other day. No disrespect. I know we were trying to connect, but we're so happy to have you. And you have the floor for another 30 minutes. And we are streaming and broadcasting. And that will be followed later this evening. I'm not sure where you are, but we are. We have a room full of wisdom keepers that we want to create space for all of you to connect. And I just want to say, you know, hearing about your work is really inspiring, and it gives a lot of us hope, because it takes a lot of effort to bring people together and do these things. And it was a great honor to meet you in Palenque. So please, you have the floor.
Okay, well, it was a great honor meeting you also. And the only part about this I'm sad about is that I'm in a circumstance where I couldn't come to Crestone. I've been there before, amazing place, and what you're doing is amazing. And I believe it's life-changing, and it makes a difference. That's the main thing for me always, is how can we make a difference that matters? And sometimes they're very little, but this is a big difference. You're affecting many people here.
Thank you. And also, I just want to share with you, Adam Yellowbird is here with Patricio. Ruben Sofke's joining us. Euquala from the Grand Canyon. I mean, so many people coming together. It's just an honor to hold space, and thank you.
Oh, this is great. All right. Well, I think I'll go ahead and get started. So I'd like to share that I'm going to talk for about a half an hour about survival. And this is something I happen to be an expert on, but most people in the world know me as an international peacemaker and from my work in the Amazon. So this is different than what I normally do. However, what I would like to share with you, I think, is very important for these times. So for many years, I taught survival for search and rescue for the United States Navy and many other organizations. So I'd like to start off with saying what's going on in the world right now. The world is in great chaos. We're dealing with the climate change issues. We're dealing with wars. We're dealing with personality conflicts that are creating tension across the world. Then we've got AI, all these things that can create destructive situations for us. So as ordinary people, wherever we are, we now have to worry every day about the potential for war, famine, atomic or nuclear attacks, and bioweapons, and things like this. And just natural catastrophes like the floods and the hurricanes that have put people out of their homes. So I want to share a little story. And the reason I like to share this story is the fundamentals of being able to survive, of survival, are to understand the world that you live in and what nature, creator, has provided for us, so that when something bad happens, we know how to utilize what's already here as tools, and we have an understanding. It doesn't help any to learn about survival after you're in a situation where you're going to die and you're trying to remember what to do. It's something that you need to practice and think about ahead of time. So here's my little story. This is a true story. A number of years ago, a family, a father, a mother, and 2 children in Northern California decided to take a drive on a late fall day into the mountains. And they turned off on a forest road and they were going to have a picnic. But it started to snow and they got trapped there. They thought everything would be all right, but it wasn't. The snow built heavier and heavier. No one knew that they were there. And after several days of being trapped, they had no food, no way to keep themselves warm, and they couldn't communicate. They had no phone cell signal. So the husband said, we're going to all die. We're going to freeze to death. It was below freezing, and they were in their car trapped. And he said, I'm going to go get someone and help to rescue us. Well, the husband left the wife and the 2 kids in the car, and he started out. In the meantime, people realized they were missing, and so they started sending out search parties. They ended up finding the husband. He froze to death. He froze to death trying to walk to the highway to save his family. And in the newscast, they said that he froze to death because he didn't have a jacket. He didn't have any matches or any way to build a fire or keep himself warm. And he was trying to save his family, who all they had was a can of Pepsi, 4 Ritz crackers, and a piece of a Hershey bar. That was all they had. Well, when I heard that the man died and that they had those things, it made me really sad. Because one of the first survival techniques that I teach people is that one of the things we have to worry about in survival in different ways is getting too cold and freezing to death and dying from exposure of cold. And so we need to know how to build fires. And the first way that I teach people to build a fire is with a Coke or Pepsi can, a Ritz cracker, and a little bit of Hershey's chocolate. So what that tells me is if this man had taken my class and learned how to utilize those things he had, he would not have died and his family wouldn't have suffered and everything would have been okay. So how do you start a fire using a Pepsi can and a Ritz cracker and some chocolate? Well, if you take a Pepsi can or a Coke can or a beer can, many different cans, over time, they've tried to make them thinner and thinner and thinner, but they still have to make them strong. So they make the bottom of them curved. And the particular curve that they make on the bottom is called a parabolic sphere. Now, they use a parabolic sphere in the metal on the bottom to make the can stronger. But there is a second aspect that a parabolic sphere has. And that is that any light that hits a parabolic sphere all focuses to one central point, the same as a magnifying glass. So in other words, if you took a Pepsi can, hold it upside down, point it at the sun, and you put a leaf in front of it and move it back and forth, it'll make a bright little circle of light that is over 1,000 degrees in temperature, and it'll light the piece of wood or the leaf or whatever on fire, and you make a fire. But the Pepsi can's a little dull, and so it takes a long time to make a fire. But if you can rub a little bit of chocolate on it, which is what jewelers used to use to polish jewelry with, by the way, and then you can crumble a little bit of a Ritz cracker, you can rub your fingers on the bottom of the can and make it really shiny. And then if you point it at the sun, it's just like a magnifying glass. It'll start a fire anywhere you want to go. So always remember that you can start a fire with the bottom of a can by pointing it at the sun, trying to polish it if you can, and holding something flammable in front of it and then focusing it. The same way you did when you were a kid with a magnifying glass when you try to make things smoke or light on fire. So there are other ways to make fires, obviously, quite a few of them. But I'd first like to move to something that's more important. In life, there are several things that we as humans have to be able to move forward. And these are good things to know. To start with, the average human can go for 40 days without any food and typically will not die or starve to death. So over a month, you can live without any food at all. You're going to get skinny. It's going to start eating the fat in your body and all that, but you won't die. But without water, you die in 72 hours. If you go for more than 72 hours without water, your brain starts malfunctioning and you can't remember how to eat, walk, drink, and you eventually forget how to breathe and you die. So water is the single most important thing to be able to provide for yourself. So where do we get water if you're in a war zone or you're out in the middle of the wilderness and you're lost or something like that? Well, one of the simplest old ways to get water if there's no creeks or running water or anything like that around is to dig a hole in the ground about 1 foot deep and about 1 foot in diameter. Put some kind of little container in the bottom. It could be a leaf or something, but if you had a cup or something, that'd be best. Then stretch a piece of some kind of plasticky fabric, if you have it, like a baggie or part of a raincoat or something. Or if you don't have that, you can use larger leaves and you make a little canopy over the top of the hole and you put a rock right in the center so that it bends down slightly towards the middle. And if you leave that there all day and all night, the difference in the temperature between the outside air and the dampness in the earth will make water condense on the bottom of the plastic or on the bottom of the leaves, and then it will drip down where the rock is into your cup, and it'll make about a half a cup of water a day. The average human only requires 1/2 cup of water a day to survive. Now, you can dig 5 or 6 holes for yourself and then have a lot more water, or if you had a lot of people, you could do that. One other thing to know is if you're having trouble making enough water, you can urinate or defecate in the hole. You can put cow manure in the hole, deer manure in the hole, and you can also crumble up plants and things you find and put them in the hole. And this system will extract the water out of those, make it into pure distilled water, and put it back in your cup. So it'll make your own urine and feces into clean drinking water. Okay, now I'm going to skip gears just for a minute. One of the challenges that we face that we have to worry about a lot is the potential for a nuclear attack now. I just read today that Russia is now giving consideration to utilizing nuclear weapons in the Ukraine conflict, which of course could turn out being nuclear conflict all across the world. So what do you do if they drop an atomic bomb? Do you just die? Well, it's a good thing to know what you can and can't do, because it'll be the difference between you surviving and your family or not. So to start off, when they drop an atomic bomb, one thing most people don't know is once the bomb blast has taken place, if you're still alive, you have 20 minutes, roughly, and maybe a little bit more, before there's any radiation. All the radiation is high up in the sky. So if you survive the blast, you aren't getting radiation. You have time for you and your family to prepare for when the radiation comes and to get some food and water and things together. Once the 20 minutes has passed, you have to wait a minimum of 48 hours before you can come out of a shelter in any way to walk outside after an atomic bomb has taken place. And when you do walk out, your time should be limited to maximum 20 minutes. Try to make it 10 to 15 minutes. And when you do come back in, you're going to have some radioactive material on you. And the way you deal with that is to shower or rinse yourself off. You can take a small amount of water with a cup and just rinse. And if you don't have enough water to do anything, you can take a damp cloth. But think of radioactive material as being heavy dirt or dust that has fallen and is coating some parts of your body. And you just need to wipe it off. If you wipe it off, it won't affect you. The next really important thing to know about an atomic attack, and you should be prepared ahead of time, is the solution to radiation poisoning is iodine. Iodine solution. So if you have some iodine solution, like you buy at CVS or Long's or one of the Walmart pharmacy or one of those places like that, just buy iodine and have it at home. If you paint an 8-inch square on your bare stomach after you have been exposed to radiation from an atomic bomb, it will neutralize the radiation and you have a very good chance of surviving and you will not die. Everyone else that doesn't have an 8-inch patch of iodine on their stomach will die a horrible death. So it's something very good to know. It's a cheap thing and easy to have. But let's say that you don't have a CVS drugstore, somebody dropped a bomb, you're in the middle of a war. Where else can you get iodine? Well, I don't have a lot of time to teach you since I only got 30 minutes, but I want to tell you that if you collect seaweed and burn it over a fire, the ashes that are left from the seaweed, if you mix them with water and let the seaweed settle, pour the water off, and then let it slowly evaporate, that is iodine solution. So burned seaweed rubbed on your stomach will keep you from dying from radiation poisoning from an atomic bomb. Now, there's 100 other things I could tell you, but I'm going to try to move forward quickly and give you a couple other little pointers. So the next thing that we have to worry about is bioweapons and chemical weapons, which unfortunately China, North Korea, and Russia are still working on, even though they're banned around the world. The most common ones are things like sarin gas, where they dissolve your cerebral cortex and they kill many, 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 many people. Well, there is an antidote to those biochemical weapons. The antidote is atropine. Atropine. So where do you get atropine? Well, if you're in a crisis situation, the first thing you need to know is your optometrist, who works on your glasses and looks at your eyes, uses atropine all the time to dilate your pupils. So if you ever had your pupils dilated, you've had atropine. So one, you could break into your optometrist's office and get some atropine and just take a little bit of it. And if you do that, it'll neutralize the poison. That poison kills between 20 minutes and an hour after you've been exposed. And it starts having an effect about 15 or 20 minutes after you've been exposed. So you have a little bit of time. The second thing is you can also get the same atropine at your dentist. So you could break into your dentist's office and get it. And we're obviously talking about life and death crisis situations. But how else can you come up with atropine and be able to cure yourself if you're just out in the wild? Well, there are two plants in particular that are high in atropine that are both an absolute cure for the bioweapons. Those are datura or Jemson weed and belladonna. Either one of those plants, so you can look them up on the internet. Jemson weed is very common in many, many countries. It grows like a weed and it's dangerous. It can be psychedelic. It can cause hallucinations, a number of other things. But the bottom line is if you take a smaller quantity of it, even if it did those things, it will keep you alive instead of dying a horrible death from chemical and biological weapons. So you want to be able to identify those plants. So pay attention to what those plants look like so that you could pick them and find them. A next important one to remember is that a lot of times once a crisis happens, like a war or sickness, people get sick or things happen to them or they get hurt. They need pain relief in different ways. So one of the most common pain reliefs that we all use is aspirin. But most people don't know that aspirin is simply the bark of a willow tree. So get out Google, look up what a willow tree looks like, go out and find a few of them so you can identify them easily. They typically live by water or lakes or rivers. And once you know it, you can always go to a willow tree, strip some bark. If you stick some bark in a cup and pour hot water over it, 1 cup of hot willow bark tea is equivalent to 2 aspirin. So that's a way that you can overcome a number of pain and other kind of issues. And the datura that I shared with you earlier, and this is true of the belladonna also, If you take the leaves of the plant and you crush them up or mash them and put them on a broken leg or a very painful injury of one sort or another, and you kind of wrap them up, they will deaden the pain as strong as the strongest narcotics. And they last for about 5 or 6 hours, and then you'd have to put another poultice on. Nature has provided us with amazing ways of being able to survive. So let's imagine that you're in a war situation, you've survived a nuclear blast, you've managed to take belladonna or datura to keep from dying from the chemical weapons, and now you and your family are living in the midst of chaos and you don't have good ways to defend yourself. You have little ability to get food, you have no way to protect yourself very well, and you have no way to hunt. Well, here's what you can do. If you pick a convenient place and you start to urinate and defecate in that place, in plain terms, you start to create a pile of poop and then you pee on it. Each time you poop, you stop and pee on it separately, men and women. If you have a number of people in your group, you all poop and then pee on top of it. Now, why in the world would we pee on our poop on a pile and think that's going to save us or help us some way? Because after about 3 or 4 days and then ongoing, the combination of your urine interacting with your feces will cause little white crystals to form all around the poop. And you scoop those off very carefully, rinse them off carefully, and put them in a jar. Those little crystals are called potassium nitrate or saltpeter, literally meaning a salt that comes from your peter, as in your penis or in urinating. In the old days, well, let me go forward. So now you have the potassium nitrate. If you mix that with charcoal or you mix it with sugar, it becomes black powder, a high explosive, and you can make bullets, you can blow up a jail cell, you can make a cannon, you can make a bomb, many different things out of the black powder. So from your own urine and feces, you can poop, pee over the top of it, wait to collect the crystals, rinse the crystals, put them in a jar, mix the crystals with a burnable substance. The most common formula for black powder is potassium nitrate, 75%, charcoal, 15%, and then they add sulfur, 10%. And you can get sulfur from a sulfur springs. You can also make sulfur from an egg, but I don't have time enough to share that with you, but you could look into that. So, but you can also just mix sugar with potassium nitrate and it'll blow most anything up. But now we've only got a few minutes later, so let me share with you how amazing nature is and what it provides us with to survive, and how understanding the world that we live in and what nature and creator has provided for us can help you to make it through many different things you didn't even know about. So we have the urine and feces making the crystals. Now we take those crystals and we have saved them up. Now we're going to take the crystals and we're going to mix them with a little bit of sulfur. Now you can find sulfur in like CVS or Walmart or places like that. These are from many different things. You can find it at Home Depot. They use it to put in the soil to help create a more acid soil. You can get it from a sulfur spring. Many, many natural water sources have little bits of sulfur around. Or there's also a way to make sulfur from an egg yolk, which again, I don't have time to share. But if you mix a little sulfur with the saltpeter potassium nitrate in a container with a little water and you heat it up, it will give off a gas. If you put a piece of aluminum foil bent at an angle over the top of that smoke, or some leaves or something, the gas will condense on the leaf or on the aluminum foil or whatever you have. It'll run down and it'll drip into a cup. When it drips into that cup, it is now sulfuric acid. You can take the cup of the sulfuric acid and you can take a penny and a dime or a piece of copper tubing and an earring or anything like that and connect a little wire to it on both sides, and you now have a battery. You can connect that battery to your cell phone. You can connect it to a light bulb, many other things. It'll work just like a battery for a flashlight. And that was made from your own urine and feces. Now you take that sulfuric acid that you made and you mix it again with more potassium nitrate and you boil the two of those together and it'll make red fumes. And again, you put something over the top to condense the red fumes and drip it into a cup. And now you have nitric acid, still made from your urine and feces pot. You mix nitric acid and sulfuric acid together. And if you put any kind of a starch in it, like mashed potatoes, cotton, t-shirt, anything like that, it becomes TNT or dynamite or C4, high nitrogen-based explosives, made again from your urine and feces. So literally, if you had time and you needed to, you could pee and poop in a corner and get the rest of your community to do that, or just your family. And from that, you can make gunpowder to make bullets. You can make a gun or a bomb to protect yourself. And you can make high explosives that can blow up a tank or blow up a steel door or anything else like that. Our world is full of amazing ways to survive. The important thing to do is to know ahead of time what the possibilities are and how to survive. I'm out of time now, so I want to share one last important survival technique that very few people know. Many of you who travel, especially to remote areas and countries, know that you can get a lot of diseases from water, from dirty water. And water, as we spoke in the beginning, is the single most important thing that you need. But if you drink dirty water with disease in it, then you die anyway. So how do we deal with that? Well, the first thing that you do is you try to filter the water to take sediment out of it. So if you have a t-shirt or a shirt or a sock or some underwear or anything like that, that's a fabric that's fairly well knit, you can pour the water through it and it'll take the major, larger stuff out of it. Then let the water settle a little bit. Now, I'm assuming in this scenario that we don't have a pan to boil the water. And if you did, boiling water for 5 minutes or longer, even if it's dirty, will kill most everything and make it potentially drinkable. But I'm talking about a circumstance where we are somewhere remote, where we don't have a fire, we don't have a pan, we're dying of thirst, and we need water. Well, silver purifies water and kills the bacteria. So if you have a silver chain around your neck, a silver ring, silver earrings, a silver cup, a silver plated something or other, and you put the silver, like you put your ring, in a cup of water, and you leave it for 20 to 30 minutes, it will kill all the most dangerous bacteria, and you can drink that water. So now we have a little bit of an idea how to make a fire using a Pepsi can. We know how to purify some water, either boiling it or putting in a cup with some silver in it. We know how to make black powder, nitroglycerin, and other kinds of explosives from our urine and feces. We know how to make a battery from our urine and feces. And then you can make many other things. Just to let you know, I'm going to talk really fast here for fun. So now we have the nitric acid, the sulfuric acid, and we've made a battery with some sulfuric acid with 2 little things in it, we can now mix some toothpaste with the nitric and sulfuric, and there's a process you have to learn about it, but it will end up making hydrofluoric acid. And when you make hydrofluoric acid, you can dissolve clean sand in it, and then you can let the sand crystallize, and it'll make silicon little flat pads that can then be made into a computer chip. And you can use the hydrofluoric acid to etch the computer chip. So literally, as crazy as it sounds, from your own urine and feces, you can go all the way to creating a computer and every part of it, including the power for it, all from understanding how things work. So this is unusual for me to share about how to survive. And if you'd like to know more about that, you can contact me directly at patrick@patrickmccollum.org, or you can just go to patrickmccollum.org, and my contact info is there. And I teach full survival classes for people who are interested. If you'd like to know more about that, we can do that online for a group. My primary work, in closing, is trying to help unite indigenous people in the Amazon region so they can come together to save their own lands. Many of us talk about all the people of the concrete coming and saving the Amazon. But the reality of it is that the only people who are qualified to save the Amazon and who understand what needs to be done are the indigenous people who live there. And so I am helping to bring them all together by bringing all their elders together and helping them to create a strategy to stop the destruction and save the Amazon, which in turn will help us all to breathe and to have fresh water for the rest of time. And with that, I'd offer many blessings, peace to everybody. Thank you to everybody from EarthStock. This is so important. And I hope you have a wonderful evening. Thank you. Hey, Michael, are you able to hear me? Any questions before I sign off?
Okay, I'm back.
Okay.
Here. So,
okay.
Just
go ahead.
Just beyond words. There's a lot happening. I'm sure you'll get briefed here. And I did reach out to Phil, and he might be coming back. But just I'm getting to know you, and the age of ear tickling is over. That's what my Wintu friends say from Mount Shasta. The age of ear tickling is over. So thank you for all you're doing. It's to be honest, Patrick, I get a lot of strength from it because this work can really be exhausting. And as you know, it's not just like a recreation or a hobby. It's like, speaking for myself and what I sense of you, this is like 110%, like we're all in. So, like the Hopi say, we're at the crossroads, self-preservation, self-destruction. It's.
Well, let me share my hope and what is my guide star, which I think could be valuable to everybody who's involved in this. And this is what it is. It's
I'm sorry, Patrick, hold on, Chief. You might have to go, but Chief Phil wanted to come in. He's actually just messaged me. Is that okay?
Yeah, sure.
And I'm listening. Please continue. I just want to.
Okay, what I was going to say is it's my belief that creation itself, creator, made creation whole and complete, and nothing is outside of it. And that's true. It means the solution to every problem, the solution to every challenge is already present within creation now, which means that all the things that you and I are hoping to overcome, all the tools that we need to do that are already here. So we don't have to worry that there'll be total destruction and that we'll go down and that we'll lose and humanity will cease to exist. All we need to do is to recognize that somewhere right around us is the answer to all of our challenges. And then we just find an answer and we overcome it. So yeah, it's exhausting. I have been every day, almost 7 days a week for over 50 years. I work every day trying to resolve world problems, Michael. So I totally get how exhausted you must be and everyone on this team. And I want to let you know, I don't feel bad at all about not being able to get on the other night. I would have liked to have shared what I had to say, but I have done what you're doing and I so appreciate it and so recognize how crazy it can get. So I'm honored just to be part of it, and I hope you'll invite me again and I can share more about, you know, my real forte is peacemaking. It's my main, you know, thing that I have a lot of experience in.
So Phil said he's going to come in right now. He just messaged me. And I guess, you know, this is like a human moment, and obviously we're off script, but I think this is really where, I mean, some people have been here for 10 days, like going to Shumei, going to the Buddhist temple, doing ceremony,
Yeah.
like being in the forest, like really doing the work with the land. And yeah, it's been inspiring, but it's been exhausting. But in some way, you know, we have these breakdowns so that we can have authentic breakthroughs. So, you know, after the infomercials are over and everyone has spoken their piece, like what remains in the field? So I appreciate really right now, I mean, with the rainbow earlier this evening, and now what's happening in the other room, for me, it's like it makes it all worth it. It feels very authentic, very real. And you know, I just have a world of respect and appreciation for you. And again, it gives me a, you know, part of me moving to Crestone was I was burnt. Like I felt like just 40 years in the trench. And I was like, okay, humanity, good luck, you know, whatever. So, and you know, I've been here for 3 years. Actually, I moved here, strange enough, right before the whole pandemic. So I just been kind of on ice here, and really I mean, not to disrespect any traditions at all, but like a 3-year vision quest of like, okay, you know, is there a next chapter? What is the next chapter? And letting go of all the past and being like, okay, creator, like, you know, what can I do to still contribute? Although being a Buddhist and counting clouds all day and sitting in emptiness was really relaxing and healing, and it gave me the opportunity to start to, as you know, the medicine, just to feel like that spirit, mind, body connection, and not worked out, but really this week and on really, Patrick, this moment with you is just even as we're speaking, I'm just feeling really energized, like, okay, when's the next one, kind of thing. But and yeah, and I was just out in the grass with Michael Kraus. Michael Kraus from Unify has been here every day broadcasting with Marco and then the whole team. And I mean, we just both went outside while you were speaking with Uncle Angangak, and we just bawled our eyes out. Part of it was the joy for what you two mean to so many people and the work you're doing, but just that something shifted, and it was like, oh yeah, it's going to be okay. And So I thank you for that so much. It's precious.
Well, I just want to tell you one of the things that's my greatest treasure is I have a very dear friend in this work, and that's Dr. Jane Goodall. And Jane and I have been very close friends for a long time, and we have had, although it's got a little crazy recently, but we normally have ongoing Zoom like on a regular basis to talk about world problems and things. And we also are real in that, you know, she'll say to me, I'm so exhausted, I can't even talk. I'm going to leave my eyes closed while we talk, or I can't speak, but you speak. You know, we're real human beings. But she said something to me that's really stuck with me for a long time. She said, you know, Patrick, we've been talking for years and years like this, and we deal with so many challenges, but I've really come to understand when I turn 90 years old that there is hope. There is hope, Patrick. That's what Jane said to me. She said, after all the years I've worked, I've really come to see that there is hope. And that part of that hope is within the indigenous wisdom. And the reason was, we had a conversation, is that, you know, many of us in the quote mechanized concrete world, we just are totally disconnected from the earth, from spirit, from everything. We just go to work, we make money, we buy stuff. You know, we've lost our way. And while we've been losing our way, we've been losing our planet and humanity in the process. So Jane says, and I'm in agreement with her, that what we really need to do is to listen to the wisdom of our elders from all traditions who've been around for a while, who've seen things, who know things, and see what their guidance is as to how we can come together to do something that actually matters and makes a difference. And you, my friend, and I'm going to end with this, have gotten together with elders, you being an elder yourself, and you've brought your wisdom together, and you are speaking about what needs to be done. And now there is hope. And I want to thank you for that. Is Brother Phil going to come on, do you think?
Yeah, he actually just sent me, he's coming in right now. I know he's
okay. I just have another meeting, but I'll wait for a minute or two. He's my dear friend and my partner in a big giant project. So yes.
Absolutely. I know we've given him lots of space too. Since Palenque, I know he's been in Thailand and just doing a lot of work and healing and getting strong again and getting you know, I would say here comes Phil.
Okay.
Okay. So welcome Chief Phil Lane and Grandmother Gail Thomas.
Thank you, Michael.
Welcome, Brother Phil, and welcome, sister.
Thank you.
Phil, your microphone's off. Are you there, brother? I just want to share with Patrick real quick before Phil gets on. Patrick, 30 years ago, August 20th, 1994, we did the World Unity Festival at the South Rim of the Grand Canyon. And at that time, I was working directly with, well, before that, Grandfather David Menunge and Thomas Banyaka. And we had this guidance from them of this big important gathering of people from around the world. Anyways, years later, we did the event, and it was in 1994. And one of the first days of the event was when Miracle, the white buffalo, was born. And I remember to this day looking over and seeing Chief Phil Lane there, who called everyone to do a staking ceremony and to really step up and stake their commitment to the earth. And it was he who called me just under a year ago in my quiet sabbatical here in Crestone, to actually invite me to come and be involved in the Eagle Condor Quetzal Hummingbird gathering, and to get back to work after a couple year hiatus. So I just want to honor and welcome Chief Phil Lane, and I'm just going to be quiet here and support.
Well, I just want to give my warm love and greetings to everybody, and thank you, Michael, for the great work you've done, Tushka, on putting this on. Of course, my dear brother Patrick, so good to see you here today. I'm here in Bangkok, just getting on my way to Khon Kaen, where I'm going to the monastery for 7 days to become a monk on the 27th, to kind of deepen my understanding of meditation and so forth. But I'm just going to be able to stay for a moment because my internet is really, really not that good, and I'm going to slip off any moment. But I wanted to give my love and greetings, and to say I've been keeping up to date as much as possible on the different presentations you've had, and it's outstanding. Good to see you, Patrick. You're smiling well. And we have Gail. Good to see you, Gail.
You too, Chief Phil.
Yes, yes. So I wish you well. I'll give you a big hug. And before the creator takes me off by accident, I want to leave with a good hello and a big hug. I hope.
So I don't know if Patrick, if you know Grandmother Gail. I don't know if you know Grandmother Gail Thomas. I know you, I want to respect your time. I know you said you had to go, but I wanted just to share that Grandmother Gail Thomas has been a cornerstone of faith and belief in this mission at this time, and has helped to assemble another council. And we know there's so many councils, but part of this event, it's not even about EarthStock, it's about mending hoops. But I just wanted to give her a moment and acknowledge her, and helping to bring the voice of grandmothers, and also a seat in a Wisdom Keepers Council. Many people from Chief Phil's council also, but I just wanted to acknowledge Grandmother Gail. She's been someone who's believed, and I can't express my appreciation in words at all, but I just want to acknowledge her before you had to go.
Thank you so much, Michael. It's so wonderful to be able to gather, for all of us to come together. And most of my life, it's been illegal or impossible to gather like this, and it just feels so good to have these wisdom council gatherings. So thank you, Patrick. It's wonderful to see you. I'm amazed at all that you do, and very happy to see you here.
And I have to go, Sister Gail, but I'm honored to meet you. I don't know you. I've heard about you, but I'm happy to see you face to face, and I hope we can work together in the future.
Yes, thank you. I hope so too.
So just to finish, I know you have to go again. Grandmother Gail, would you do us the honor of...
Okay, everybody. Well,
I don't know if we could just pin Gail for a minute. I can't get her into the main. So Gail, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Would you just help us close with a song? And I did get word, again, the Wallace Black Elk family will be returning this weekend for the Sacred Hoop. And again, I don't want to take too long. I know Patrick has to go, but would you close us appropriately with a song, please?
I'm happy to send our voice to ancestors with the song that came to me from the dream world. In Lakota language, it says, sending a voice to ancestors with the common people's pipe. With compassion of grandmothers, we want to live. Drum of sacred elk nation, pipe of black-tailed deer, sending our voice on this good day with the common people's pipe. Thank you all.
Oh,
We'll be in touch.
many blessings, my friends.
Thank you, Patrick.
All right,
Well-
you have a great evening.
Thank you so much. Blessings and protection for your work for the benefit of all of us in the earth. Thank you.
Thank you.
Grandmother Gail.
Hey,
Wow. I missed you this week.
yeah, I missed all of you. Yeah, I know it's been tough.
I'm gonna have Michael, would you share for a few minutes? I'm gonna bring Michael Kraus. He's been above and beyond. And I want to make sure that there we go. Okay. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can.
Okay. Would you like to share? We have a few people here in the room, and I know in the back there's a Wisdom Keeper Council and a lot of movement. We actually, just a couple hours ago, we came out after Shakira Shul from Mexico, got everyone moving to a beautiful rainbow. So I just want to invite Michael. There we go.
Did
And
you guys sing happy birthday to Patty today?
no, we haven't.
It's her birthday. I'd be happy to offer her my birthday song if she's there.
She'll be here momentarily. I'm trying to pin you so people don't have to keep looking at this here.
Oh, oh, I bet that there is pretty comforting to them at this point.
Wow. So I don't know if you've heard from Chief Joseph Osage. But everyone's here is Egbert, everyone's arrived, everyone's showing up tomorrow. So I just wanted to check. I want to give you the floor. I'm going to be quiet. If there's anything you'd like to share at this time, of course, we'd be honored.
Mhm. Thank you, Michael. I'm so happy to know that you're all there together, that you're all able to gather and share the wisdom and share the love that we've cultivated so carefully over these past few months, with a lot of hard work too that you've done, Michael, and still doing the hard work. And I also was delivering the grandmother's message on Monday, and things got a little confusing, so I wasn't able to finish that. But if that's something you would want now, just let me know. I can try
Please.
to finish that. I actually got the first one in there, you know, but I could have kept going, but I didn't realize that. So it's all good, of course, you know. But I will continue that message from the grandmothers, if this is the good place and time to do that. This is the culmination of our gathering and our coming together to share the grandmother's message with the world. So the grandmothers encourage nudging normal aside and making way for a return to natural. Remember, please, that natural moves in ways that are in balance. Nature seeks balance, and balance is beauty. Can we redefine authority to include impeccable integrity and compassion of grandmothers? Can we seek their voice of guidance, sharing their experiences? Can we truly connect our heart to Grandmother Earth and walk with her in the most kind and gentle way possible, with every step in every day, protecting and restoring her delicate balance? Can we honor, respect, and protect new life of children, animals, plants, minerals, water, and all that sustains this wave of humans? Reaching back to the beginning of this wave of humans, we all share ancestors and can learn to listen for their voice, returning old ways for these times. For example, foraging for the wild food that I do on a daily basis, and sovereignty. In every way, we can return to sovereignty. Can we call out to grandmothers who need to hear our call? Ask men to listen and invite women to speak. Sing and dance together in a community with our myths and stories, as well as solitude and inner wholeness. Open our eyes and hearts to inspiration from direct experience as we walk and talk in a centered, verb-based way. Learn to listen to ancient ancestors who have done their work and allow them to guide our unique process for healing ancestral wounds. Thank you all for hearing the words of the Grandmother's Council. And please come and dance with me on Saturday morning at 10 Mountain Time. Michael and I have created some new music and ritual dance guidance for connecting with the 4 elements that we are all made of. So please come to the shrine room at Blazing Mountain. If you're there at Crestone at 10 a.m. on Saturday morning and dance together. Create the ritual with hand movements. We do our own dance, but we move, for example, in circles with our hands together. Okay, we join together with the movements of our hands, and everyone becomes one when we all do the same thing. Ritual is such a basic human need that we all came in with. And the movements are very simple. Sometimes we listen. Sometimes we open to the higher realm above. Sometimes we make big circles. But each song for each element has unique hand movements that we all do together and awaken our ancestral need and appreciation for ritual and music and dance. Just the way we all came in together. So thank you for this opportunity and the opportunity to dance in community and on Zoom together. We have a Zoom community that's happy to join with people in person and dance all together. So thank you all so much.
Wow. So I know Michael Krause has to take his computer back. He's gone above and beyond the call of service today. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're gonna feed a bunch of hungry wisdom keepers here, and it's good to see you. And yeah, words can't describe, Gail. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Michael, for taking this time. Much love and gratitude to all of you there.
Until again.
Yeah.